Hello.
Hello?
Okay, I do not have the Sunblade board. I'll return to that.
We barely used anything that we'd saved up for that fight.
I did not get a chance to.
I think we used maybe one of the slip and slides. And
Well, the druid brought the ice.
yeah.
She brought the ice hard.
And we used the chalice for the Hero's Feast. Other than that, I don't think we used anything else, so we still have a ton of stuff for that fight.
And I already returned to Sunblade.
You're not going to use it for this upcoming fight?
I borrowed it for the dragon fight.
Too bad we didn't get two Heroes Feast things, because it could possibly be useful for this upcoming fight too.
Hello.
Welcome back, Ellie.
So everybody's going the other direction today. Sometimes all of you guys log into Discord and then you sort of meander your way into Roll20. And today it looks like almost everybody is logging into Roll20 first and then meandering their way into Discord. Hello, Srisby.
By the way, before the end of last session, I did post the temporary token for Galibar in Discord.
Oh, okay. Okay.
It's way up there because we posted a lot this week.
Oh, okay. Yeah, those types of things, it's always a better idea if you send it in a PM to me so that it doesn't get... okay. Ooh, that's an interesting looking one. I like that.
It's created on Heroes Forge because I don't. It's not exactly what he looks. It's not exactly what he looks like, but it's as close as I can get with Heroes.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. Go here. Alright, so I will get this in, and we're gonna say new Galibar level. Okay, do that. Then I'm gonna go, go in here, and I'm going to Oh, okay, cool. So you've already updated your character sheet in Roll20 as well. Nice.
I added in all of the skills I'm gonna get when we do the custom thing, but I put them as not available, so I don't actually use them.
Okay. Yeah, that's good. You're all set then.
I've also put in all the spells that I'm gonna be having, but
Okay, nice. Hello. How's everybody doing?
Okay.
Oh, fudge.
Uh-oh.
Unpin that. Move that. Okay, so now I want to do the I need to get my name generator and then my die roller tool and then my reference there and then that reference there. Okay, dokie. Alright, so let's see how we are doing here. Okay. Well, now it looks like, hey, Skyland, welcome. I'm gonna go over here to the music and turn the volume all the way down on the music. Welcome, everybody. It's Sunday afternoon. I am DM Gallibond, and we are here for session 93 of Walker of Waterdeep. And the party are very, 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 very close to finishing their errand in Kamigawa. How close are they to finishing? Well, it's up for them to decide how quickly they want to put this plane in the rearview mirror. That's how close they are to finishing their time here. And when we last saw our heroes, they were recovering from a pretty dramatic battle in Untaidake Peak, where they faced and defeated Ryusei the Falling Star and restored or removed the corrupted scale from the dragon, replaced it with the pristine scale, and they basically cured him of the corruption. And that was at the cost of two of the party outright dying. They got some unusual assistance from the guardians of the plane to restore their fallen comrades. And then they went back to the palace of, well, I guess she really would be now Queen Mishiko instead of Princess Mishiko, although I haven't updated her token. And have been recuperating and recovering there in preparation for facing the final test of their time in Kamigawa, which will be to go to Takanuma Swamp and face down Hidetsugu, an ogre who is also corrupted and who was once a staunch ally of a friend that the party has made in the general, who is now the general of the Queen's armies. Oh, and look at that. The general is right here in the room. So, you all are sort of in this area with the Queen and her bride, Coyote, and the general, and the 5 of you, and a few various servants that are palace servants that are milling around doing whatever palace servants do. So how would you guys like to get us started today?
I think we last... Oh, go ahead.
I guess it would probably be... We ended at like the nighttime, if I remember correctly.
Mm-hmm.
So we would be coming down to have like our morning meal.
Okay. Well, then let's go ahead and acknowledge.
The last thing that Enka did was go get some whiskey from.
Mm-hmm. She got whiskey from Galibar so she could try to get some sleep. So I guess if anybody needs to or wants to, let's go back to that time when you all are turning in for the night or going through the night. From my standpoint, you all are spending the night in a palace that has a veritable army guarding it. Mm-hmm. The threat of the kami has been dealt with, so externally there's not much to disturb your sleep, but obviously within the party you guys can do whatever you want during the evening.
Okay. I think we were pretty much all had turned in. Just
okay.
If I remember, Elora had been checking out her new toy and then had gone to bed. And then I remember that Oyohusa had talked to Adamant and had done some meditating.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Galibar had done some stuff too, but I think pretty much all of us had turned in, just nothing else. We were all tired. So I think we probably are good to go for this morning.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So, any
Elora.
bad dreams or anything?
Yeah.
Elora, before you turn in, you are spending some time with your new staff.
Huh.
And as you attune to it, you determine basically the mechanical properties that it has, and you discovered the fact that upon saying a command word, it will cause a wyvern head to emerge from the crown of the staff, and you get the idea after attuning to it. You can use that to attack people at kind of a limited range. So it seems like that will function almost like there's a whip built into the end of this staff that will allow you to attack something at range. Did I put in there for you how far that will go?
You put it in Warm Fang's range, but not the range of the weapon itself. That's what
Okay.
you're saying.
Whip has a range of
Okay.
10 feet.
Yeah. And if I did this correctly, let me go ahead and double check. Yes. Okay. So you can make a melee attack using the Wyvern Head, which has a reach of 10 feet. So it's the same as a whip range. So that's it's a melee attack, but it'll reach out. So you've got that capability, and you tried to communicate with the Wyvern Head, and it seemed to somehow understand what you were saying, but it doesn't appear at the moment that it has the ability to respond back to you. It just basically understands what you're saying, but it can't speak, and it doesn't telepathically communicate with you at this time. So is there anything else you wanted to take a look at with that particular?
No, but now you got me a little bit confused. So,
Okay.
the 10 feet range attack, isn't that the Wyvern's attack, not my attack? Or would it still count as like my action to be able to do it?
That is a... Okay. You're asking a good question, and I need to read the way I wrote this to make sure that...
Because I read it as it's his attack, not my attack. But
yeah. Causing the Wyvern Head to animate is a bonus action, and then you can make a melee attack using the Wyvern Head. So that's your attack. So that uses your attack action.
It's like the staff of the adder.
Yeah.
okay.
And then if the and there's a hit point total for that Wyvern Head. And if the Wyvern Head is reduced to 0, the staff will become inanimate and its special powers will not work again until the following dawn. However, if you reach the end of the battle and that Wyvern Head has any hit points left, or if you say the command word again to basically retract the Wyvern Head before it gets to 0, then the next combat, the next time you use it, it will automatically have its full hit points again. So it doesn't have to recover, it doesn't need any hit dice. It's just you activate it, it has the hit points. You deactivate it, let's say it's at half hit points, then you activate it again and it's back to full hit points. So that's kind of playing on the whole druid thing of this edition works a little bit differently, but there were other editions of D&D where for druids you could basically use your shapeshift ability to regain hit points, because you would regain hit points every time you changed your form. And it was kind of a short circuit way that druids in older editions would heal up. Okay. So that's that. And Ken, let me just verify. What did I do here? Yes, I think I did. Have you looked at the revised information I have for your item.
I did not know that you did it. Sorry.
No, that's all right. So we had a couple of you pointed out a couple of questions you had. I clarified that, and I also updated it because I mentioned last week that I noticed that it seemed like Oyohusa's item was now a little bit out of balance in the fact that it was under-tuned compared to Adamant's item and Elora's item and Galibar's item. So I went back and I retuned that to bring it more back in line with what I did with the others.
See that? Very nice. Thank you.
Okay, all right. So so yeah, you've got some options there. All right, and let us see. So, if there's nothing else during the night, we get to the morning and you guys come down for breakfast. And there's all the typical morning meal stuff. There's fresh fruit. There's kind of an oatmeal with some cinnamon and honey and other spices and flavorings, berries and dried fruit, things of that nature. There's eggs and breakfast pastries and breakfast meats and breakfast breads. And there's hot tea available. If anybody asks for it, you can get some coffee, but hot tea seems to be the order of the day here, the default drink.
Mm.
And you notice the general is there taking breakfast, and he's got a sheaf of papers that that look kind of like reports that he's probably going to talk to the queen about after breakfast. But it's like he's there and just ready to get on with his job.
When Oyo walks in, Oyohusa, does he see Enka and Elora and Galibar there, or who's all at breakfast by this time?
I haven't come down yet.
I'm down early like usual.
So Galibar probably would be there because we established last week Oyohusa, when he gets the chance, he likes to kind of sleep in. Or wait a minute, am I confusing? No, I'm confusing Oyohusa with Falliger. Sorry, never mind. Same player, two different characters.
So is it just Galibar at the table this early in the morning?
I came down.
You already
Should
came
we
down?
be going to Galibar and saying, "Did you see the staff?" And just in amazement out of the staff, and it's like, come on, look at it, it's fine. And she's way too hyper in the morning for this kind of thing, and kind of dancing laps around him when he tries and walks to go get more food. She's like holding out her staff and so amazed by it. There's a wyvern in here, I promise you, Galibar, trust me.
Oyohusa walks in and he's comes in and sits down next to Galibar and Elora. Good morning. How are you? Did y'all sleep well?
I slept normal.
Laurel huff as Galibar still doesn't say anything about the weapon. She turns to Oyo and say, "There's a wyvern in here. Did you know that? Like, you saw the wings the other day and like the little head. And it's still a stick, though."
I did not. That's very interesting, Ivy. Does it change into a wyvern itself, or what do
Who's
you mean?
Ivy?
I'm sorry, Elora.
Okay, I know I'm not the only one that does it now. Ivy, Elora,
We
I blame Heather. I
we have all done it.
never. I didn't start doing it until Heather
Yeah,
joined
sure.
the game.
All my fault.
No, it's not true. So yeah, that's what Husa says to Elora.
Laura nods her head and says, "Yeah, I tuned to it last night, and I summoned it, and it really likes the head pass and the scratches underneath the chin, almost like which one is it? Omega or Vega? Omega, yeah. She really just loves the scratches."
Does your wyvern talk to you?
Well, no. Kind of upsetting, but I can tell by the look in its eye what it wants.
But it definitely communicates with you on the physical level.
Laura kind of nods and then shoves some food in her mouth
Well,
off of Galibar's plate.
you're lucky. My sword doesn't seem to communicate at all, really.
Well, you never know. Maybe it's just shy.
Gallibard chuckles.
That or jealous, one of the two. I don't know. Who can say about such things? Well, Elora, I'm happy that you have received such a strong weapon. I think that no one else in the party would be a wiser choice than it for you. And he elbows Galibar. What's your problem this morning?
Galibar just looks at them with food in his mouth and is like, I'm eating.
And
Well, I would say Galibar's in a pretty good mood because he didn't slap Elora's hand away when she stole food off his plate, so.
who?
What?
Who'd you say? Who did you say? I'm sorry.
Well, I would say Galibar's in a good mood because he didn't slap Elora's hand off of his plate.
Oyohusa, he kind of like, he looks down the floor and follows Galibar's tail all the way up, and just giving Galibar a good like sly once over while he pretending to eat his food. So, going to be a few changes around here, is there not?
In what way?
Well, I mean, we don't have much left to do here, hopefully. Perhaps that once we deal with Hidetsugu, we can leave.
Well, yeah, I think we should probably take care of that today. Strike when the iron's hot.
How do you find your new physical changes? Any differences I should know about?
Tail, it took some getting used to, the balance. But
Yes. Balance is important.
I definitely feel tougher, considering, my body actually has like an armor type thing on it now with these scales. Other than that, it's like, doesn't feel all that different in a way that you would expect.
As you all have your conversation, the general will look over to you and will say, I have heard the reports, and it seems indeed that Onihitokuchi has been separated from Hidetsugu, and they both appear weaker. However, you should know that some of our scouts say that there is evidence that and he looks down at his plate and he kind of swallows and he looks back up and there's a sadness in his eyes and he says, it appears as though under the influence of Onihitokuchi, Hidetsugu has been practicing foul blood magic. Some of his most ardent followers have a rune of chaos carved into the flesh of their foreheads. And there is evidence that several of them have been sacrificed to empower whatever corruption was driving Hidetsugu. So I would be careful.
Well, they have blood magic. I have a small army that does not have blood. So.
Oh.
Blood magic
This
is very old and powerful magic. It is quite dangerous and volatile. Or so I have read.
And the general nods and says, yes, it is volatile and dangerous. Not only dangerous to one's enemies, but dangerous to the one who is practicing the blood magic. I think you may find that Hidetsugu is like a weapon that was tempered with the wrong process. Your companion Adamant may be able to speak to this when he arrives, but I get the feeling that he is perhaps very strong but very brittle. And if the right attack is applied against him, he may shatter.
Good, so my usual tactics will be very good in this fight.
Yes,
Sorry, go ahead. No, please, General.
The reports, Galibar, of everyone who has seen you in battle speak of how devastating you are with that magnificent weapon of yours. And now, with these changes, you certainly physically seem more formidable. But do you feel like you have adjusted fully to the different balance that having a tail now gives you?
Well, it might take a couple more, I'll probably have to, practice fighting a bit beforehand, but I'm fairly adept at using this axe. And with the weight of this axe, it might actually add more balance.
That is a good point. Oyohusa, you are going to say something.
Just like it's uncharacteristic of my friend Adamant not to be here already this morning, should I go check on him?
And there's a palace servant that is coming in to this chamber from the the hallway, and there is another palace servant that has a large tray that's all covered, and they are walking out of this chamber into the hallway. And the servant coming in looks over at the general, and the general then gives a nod, and then the servant clears her throat and says, Lord Oyohusa, I noticed in my rounds this morning that Adamant was paying a visit to the keep's blacksmith. He was heading in that direction. So I believe that he is up and about, but on the way over there.
Very well. Thank you for this information. Seems that Enka is sleeping in as well.
And one of the servants that is bringing things in and out of the kitchen says, "Oh, we had a request from Enka Yelka. She said that she was not feeling terribly well this morning, and she asked for food to be delivered to her chambers. I believe her breakfast was just being taken to her by the other servant that left."
She drank all that whiskey last night. Of course she has a hangover.
She was drinking with
I had a constitution check. I did pretty damn good.
Galibar
Yeah,
doesn't know
but
that.
Galibar doesn't know that.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Okay, I'll shut up now.
Yeah, Galibar says, last night she said she was having trouble sleeping, so she asked for one of my tankers of plenty.
She came over last night and asked for a drink?
Yes, she was having trouble sleeping, so I let her drink some whiskey from the tankard of plenty I have. Then she went back to her room. I'm assuming she has a hangover right now.
She dares to drink and not invite me over. This is preposterous.
I mean, she was just drinking.
She stands up and steals like one piece of bacon off of Galibar's plate and runs out the door before we can do anything, hopefully. And then runs back, grabs her staff, and then runs back out again to try and go grab for Enka.
Oh yeah, he shakes his head a little bit.
You see the queen and Coyote, they both sort of smirk and look at each other, and the general just is remaining very stoic and composed. So now I'm just gonna, for the sake of positioning, I'm just gonna move the tokens out of the room here. So the queen looks over at the general and says, "Blood magic is very troubling. I have no doubt that these heroes are up to the task, but..." And she turns and looks back at Oyohusa and Galibar and says, Do you have any means that you might use to mitigate or stop the blood magic?
Well, as I said, Galibar pulls out the horn of Valhalla that he has. This lets me summon a small army of spirits. They don't have blood, so I'm not sure how much they would be affected by blood magic. And I can hit the guy very hard.
And Toshiro's eyes eyebrows raise and he sees the horn of Valhalla. He says, "Oh, that is one of the horns of legend I have heard of. Is it not? That summons heroes from the grave to fight by your side?"
Think so. I'm not sure of any legend linked to it. I paid a lot of money for it in the magic shop that's inside the academy. It can only be used once per week, but I was saving it for this fight in particular.
And he nods and he says, yes. He says that is what I have heard. I have heard that there are several horns of different, made of different metals, and each one can be used only once every few days, and they will summon fallen warriors, warriors from the throne of their war god to fight by your side. I have hoped that at some point we can equip some of our commanders with such horns, but that is an expense from the treasury that I think is a bit extravagant, and we should focus on the needs of the people before we worry about that. And Coyote and the queen, they both look over at the general and they say, General, you of course will submit your proposals and the priorities you think they deserve, and we will review them, and we will give you a chance to justify any of the expenses you think you need. He says, yes, my queen, of course. He says, when you are ready to begin the business of the day, I do have a review of some of the existing troops and some of the upgrades that I would recommend for both the palace and the city guards in the order that I think they should be handled. And they say, oh, well, very good. That can wait until after breakfast. And he says, as you command, my queen. And he sort of takes the papers and puts them back sort of in a leather folder and closes that folder up and just sets it aside.
To answer your question, General, I don't really have much in the way of magic, but I can be swift and unseen and deadly when I need to be.
Well, that is good. Agility on the battlefield is always an asset.
I'm almost as fast as he is.
Well, two powerful warriors, each with their own sets of capabilities. Oyohusa, I have heard reports that those who have seen you fighting say that you have been able to sometimes render foes completely stunned and helpless during a battle. That is an excellent tactic, of course. If you can remove a threat from the battlefield, at least for a moment, then it gives yourself and your allies an opportunity to focus on other threats and eliminate them more rapidly. Very useful if you should go up against a spellcaster. And I believe that you will find Oni Hitokuchi, the Oni of Chaos. I would suspect that any magic you encounter, other than perhaps a powerful magic weapon, would be from Oni Hitokuchi. From my time of adventuring and traveling with Hidetsugu, he had no innate magical abilities of his own. He was a cunning warrior, a brilliant tactician, and a fierce and nearly unstoppable fighter when he was by my side.
If I may ask.
Yes, of course.
You speak that he is a great warrior. What does he specialize in as far as weapons or combat styles?
He has a great sword that is quite formidable. In fact, due to the size of his sword and his great reach within battle, he is able to attack with his great sword those up to 10 feet away from him.
Thank you. That would be most helpful.
Of course.
Do you know of what else he might have as far as his servants or allies that we might have to face?
And I wish that I had kept. I wish that I had kept my faithful friend with me. And as a DM, I can't remember the name that I gave that guy that you all found, and that joined you for a while until you reached the village where you met the general the first time. But he was one of those.
Mr. Smiley?
Yeah, Mr. Smiley. Okay. That was not the name I gave him, but that was the name that Elora gave him. So yes.
You're not speaking of Jang, right?
Zhang, yes. Thank you.
How did he get separated from us?
Well, he left you in the village to stay with the general. And then the general was about to tell you that he sent Zhang along with the scouts to Takanuma Swamp. And so he is with them over there. And when you all get there, he will sort of give you the scouting report of the layout. You've gotten a general scouting report of where to go, so that when you travel over there, whether you travel with Mochi or whether you go overland, you'll be able to find that. But then when you sort of get to that area, Zhang will give you more of a tactical layout of the situation of what you're going to face in the battle. So it's almost like when you get there, you'll have somebody that can give you a preview of the battle map.
Golf. Go. Yay. Doop-a-doop-boo.
All right. So, any other questions from Galibar and Oyo at the moment? I'll tell you what. I'll let you guys think about that. Let's pivot and go to Adamant. Adamant, you were on an errand this morning.
Yes, Adamant is going to one of the blacksmiths, and he is getting some of their best iron. Probably about 10 pounds worth. However much they charge him for that. And then he's going to take it back to his room. And he is going to spend an hour to do his artisan's blessing.
Okay.
And he is going to be fashioning new horns for Enka. That's going to take the hour for the ability, and then plus the time for the going to get the metal. And
okay. So you want 10 pounds of iron. Basically, you want like iron ingots, 10 pounds of iron ingots. Well, iron will cost you, I don't know if you're going to be able to afford this, but iron will cost you 1 silver piece per pound.
Yeah, he's going to give him 2 gold.
Okay. They will try to give you 20 pounds of iron.
And he's going to go, no. This is to help you build back up.
Aww.
Oh, well. Bless you. Bless you, sir. Thank you. You said that you all are heroes, and I would believe it for myself. Yeah. Thank you. They wrap up the 10 pounds and give it to you. And then, let's see, you mentioned, let me just double check. And the other material, yeah, you can find the other material. I guess total of 1 gold for the other material.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, that you were looking for.
Same thing. 2 gold. Give him 2 gold for it.
Okay. All right.
And he'll take that stuff back to his room and get that ready.
Right.
And then he is going to go, after he is done, he will go join them out at the breakfast table. Then he's going to have the horns in his bag for now.
All right.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
I apologize for my tardiness.
Good morning, my friend. It's good to see you. Where did your trip to the blacksmith prove useful?
Indeed, I got everything I needed. I have finished my little project, and I'm just waiting for our friend to wake up.
Okay. So now that Adamant has joined the boys in the dining room, the camera will pan to the hallways upstairs. And Elora, you are heading down the hallway that you know where the quarters are, just as a servant is coming out of Enka's room after having delivered her breakfast to her.
We'll nod our head, say good day. As she kind of like scooches in before the door closes all the way, she'll stick her foot in to shut the door, and then she'll smash the door open and say, "You were drinking without me?"
About this time, Enka like practically launches out of bed. You startled her. It's like, God damn it, don't do that.
And you shouldn't drink without me.
I wasn't drinking without you. I was, what do they call those? A nightcap or something?
Nora walks over, grabs the plate off the desk, and then sticks a piece of sausage in her mouth, and she pushes the plate over to Enka. Well, eat it before, like, you get, like, tired again or something.
Before I get tired again. I already am tired.
Well, eat it before you start feeling the pain then. She kind of, like, tries and puts, like, stuff closer to her mouth so she'll actually eat.
Enka's like, all right. She reaches up and grabs a plate. She's like, Jesus, they just delivered it. It's not like I had a chance to, like, get it yet.
Elora smiles as her evil plan has worked.
Yeah. Evil plan is working. Waha!
Well, are you going to be coming down for dinner? Not dinner. Breakfast dinner.
And Enka's kind of looks at her like, yeah, I'm not really so sure I want to be quite in public just yet. She kind of reaches up and touches her horn slightly, as if she's embarrassed.
Laura smiles and she'll come over to Enka's forehead and kiss the base of each one. Good. You know this better than anyone. You are beautiful inside and out. And she kind of boofs Enka's nose.
Like, I appreciate that. But you know how people are sometimes. They get to staring.
Laura kind of looks over to Enka and then, like, motions herself and's like, you know how hard it is being a drow? Like, in normal places where people actually know what drow are? So hypocritical. So ignorant. Thinking I'm gonna steal everything or kill their babies or something like that. Babies are really cute. You know? Weird.
Wow. Is that really a thing? People think that?
Well, have you seen the other elves looking at me?
Sometimes I haven't noticed because there aren't really any elves here.
Yeah, true.
Enka. We haven't established really a full itinerary, so I'm thinking of a percentile number.
Mm-hmm.
Roll me a D100 and let me determine if you, during your travels with Tamio, if you were in places where you would have heard much about drow. Okay. I'm going to say with that you've heard of drow in planes that are similar to the Forgotten Realms.
Okay.
But you probably never encountered a drow before you encountered Elora. When you saw Elora and you realized that she had elvish features, there was a moment where you said, oh, so that's a drow. And you did hear tales. Basically, a lot of several of the places that you have been, the drow are kind of like the boogeyman.
Gotcha.
You know, where people will say, especially to their children, when their children are being a little bit rambunctious, they'll say, "No, if you don't settle down. The drow is going to come out of the shadows and take you away, and they'll put you in a cook pot and they'll eat you. And, or the other thing they would say is the drow are going to come out of the shadows and take you away and feed you to the spider goddess. And
there's some really fucked up kids now. Excuse my English.
Yeah, so you realize that in a number of places, the drow really are, based on your interaction with Elora, either the drow are vastly misunderstood, because this is a sample size of 1, so you have no idea if all drow are any different than Elora is, or the drow are really an incredibly evil race, and this one drow has just tried to get away from them.
Okay.
So
the exception to the rule.
You don't really know which yet from your frame of reference, but when she tells you, do you have any idea how hard it is to be a drow and the other things, you've heard some of those stereotypes. So yeah, you kind of get where she's coming from a little bit.
Okay. Gotcha. So she'll kind of get out of bed and start getting dressed, and she's just like, well, I've heard rumors, but, I don't tend to judge people until I actually, meet them. And I've really never met drow before I met you. So either you're kind of the odd duck, or they're not what everybody makes them out to be.
Laura's flopped over on your bed, like kind of holding her staff in the air, twisted it around, says, no, I'm just a very, very odd person, I guess.
So other drow are not like you?
She'll sit up, looking in the face, and smile kind of sadly and say, yeah, I've seen other drows with babies and things like that. It's not very nice.
And
the smell of them
kind of like other drow with babies, so they give birth to babies, of course? Or what does that mean?
Well, both. Like, we can have babies, but I'm talking about, like, the rumors.
They eat babies?
Well,
what are you doing?
They could. I don't eat them.
Sorry, my cat knocked over my garbage can. Hey, Mom, what you doing? What's in here? You're not paying attention to me. So she's kind of like, oh, well, okay. If you, well, then I guess if I ever meet another drow, then I should meet them with caution. Yes? No? Maybe?
Most drow, you'll get the sense of what they really want. Because per se, women are normally very dominant, so they like to make sure that you're underneath them, in sense.
Oh, gotcha.
Men try and be brave, but they're only like little slaves in the tribe culture.
The men are slaves-ish. They're the watchdogs of the drow. Okay. I'm gonna have to ask you more about this later. This is a travel-worthy discussion, but probably not right now.
And Laura's just sitting on her bed, munching on Enka's food, talking about it, relaxing, focusing on her staff, not even realizing what she's blurting out majority of it.
Enka will walk over and pull food out of her hand. Excuse me? Did you already have breakfast?
I stole Galibar's breakfast.
Okay, well that still doesn't mean, Didn't you have breakfast before that?
Nope.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
What? I was talking about my staff. Like, look at it.
That.
She kind of like shows her staff closer to Enka and says, "Look, like you can see it, like where it's supposed to spread out, and a wyvern's in there. I summoned it in last night."
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
That's what all that noise was.
It really likes head pats, like Omega, like the scritches under his chin. Mm-hmm.
If you haven't had breakfast yet, then it's time to get you breakfast. So she picks up Elora and basically throws her over her shoulder and goes downstairs.
Okay.
A little bit, but let's her.
Okay, and then after a time, we established before that Adamant was in the room, and then after a time, Elora and Enka will come into the room.
You're a weird cat.
There they are. So now you guys are all together. All right. So Adamant, Galibar, and Oyohusa, before Elora and Enka get all the way in there. Anything else you guys were gonna discuss about the task before you? Or did you want to wait until the band was all together?
Galibar is just eating and waiting for the rest of the people to show up.
Okay. So, Adamant, you see Enka walking in with a somewhat mischievous-looking Elora slung over her shoulders.
She walks over to
kind of a fireman. It's a kind of a fireman's carry type thing.
I walk over to Oyohusa and then pull her off my shoulder and drop her into a chair next to him. Here, this one said she was stealing your meal, your food. She can go back to stealing your food instead of mine.
Laura will sit down now and steal a little bit of food off of Oyo's plate.
Good morning, Enka.
Good morning.
I have something for you.
She kind of looks at you, questioning, like, what?
And he reaches into his bag and pulls out a set of iron horns that are curved, kind of like this. It's amazing how hard it is to find those pictures. And
actually, all you got to do is just look up Minotaur, and you'd be surprised at all of them out there.
They all have such weird horns.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's got musical notes inlaid in electrum going up and down, and there's some wavy fluting going down the side.
I don't want to look at your butt, cat. Sorry. Get off. Sorry. He's been extra needy all of a sudden. So I kind of look at,
right.
I look at these horns. I'm like, these are beautiful. When did you have to do this?
Before breakfast.
Okay. Wow, that takes some serious talent.
He pulls out 2 sets of bone screws and nails. And this will allow it to heal into what's left of your old horns, so they'll be nice and sturdy.
Oh, okay. Well, why don't we do that after breakfast? Because I know that's probably going to be a little on the painful side.
Probably. Also, when you charge to whistle.
Say what?
He points at the fluting on the sides. As the wind passes through this, it shall make a haunting flute sound. And he kind of takes one and swings it hard so you can hear
it. And her eyes go like really wide. She's like, that is so cool.
I thought you would like that.
Laura smiles happily for Enka. She steals more food off of Oya's plate that's now pushed in front of her.
Yeah.
Yes, we can attach these after breakfast.
So she'll now get herself some food since Elora pretty much ate most of hers upstairs.
Yup.
And we'll look at the others and go, so what is our plan for next? Well, don't all speak up at once.
Laura kind of turns to Enka and says, we have a plan?
I don't know. I'm assuming so. So I'm looking at these guys.
Galibar finishes chewing the food in his mouth and just swallows and says, well, so far the plan that I've come up with is we should probably do it today since we are on a roll. And striking when the iron is hot and all that. So they don't have time to prepare. Should probably go today. I have this horn that can summon up like a small army to fight with us. So we'll have backup.
All right.
DM, remind me, he said that there was somebody there with a battle map or something.
Yeah, Zhang, when you guys get over there to the swamp, Zhang will be able to sort of give you an idea of the layout and logistics of where you would expect to find your enemies and what all you would expect to find there.
Galibar basically explains that to Enka and everything that the general has told us so far.
Okay.
We're going for the spirit first, correct? Rather than Hidetsugu?
I'm going to be targeting the guy with the blood magic, so...
Blood magic. Which guy is that?
Damn, which one had the blood magic?
He suspects that would be Onihitokuchi.
God, every time I hear you say that, all I can think of is that song of Hoochie Coochie.
Galibar says, I'm going to be going after Onihitokuchi first, since he is apparently a caster that has blood magic. But he's also kind of frail.
All right. I will deal with the spirit that was corrupting Hidetsugu.
That would be Onihitokuchi.
Okay.
As well. So the two of you could focus fire on that one if you wish.
So I guess the rest of the party would be going against the other big guy. And
keep him busy.
Along with the spirits I'll be able to summon to fight that guy and any minions they seem to have.
Okay.
In preparation, I have put banishment back on my list of spells.
If we could have gotten access to another one of those heroes feasts, it probably would be helpful. But I'm not. That they seem to only be able to get us one last time, if I remember correctly.
Well, how much did it do us any good last time?
Dragons can usually make people afraid of them, so that stopped that from happening.
Well, that's true. Is this guy a dragon? I can't remember.
No, he's an Oni.
He's an Oni, which you all would think of as fiendish.
Gotcha.
They seem to be kind of like demon spirits. They're very, very chaotic and extremely evil.
Gotcha. Okay, well, can you guys think of anything that we need to stock up on elsewise before we go? Or should we?
We barely used what we got last time, so we still have all of that.
Though I would suggest maybe when we get there and get in touch with our guide, so to speak, that we take a few minutes or take a half an hour to see if he can draw out a map and help us figure out where things are before we rush in.
Well, yeah.
Yes, I agree. We wouldn't want to get bogged down.
A bigger part of planning what will be when we have that map.
You don't want to get swamped by the enemies, Oya?
No, not at all.
Oh, that hurt.
Wasn't that bad?
Anyway.
Chat, the question is, how badly do they want to keep any inspiration that they are currently hanging on to?
We should be extra careful. We're going to be elbow deep in enemies.
We'll be wading through them.
You guys are pushing it.
Galibar with like his eyebrows twitching.
Like, stop with the jokes. Stop.
Okay.
Only one character is doing it on purpose.
Okay, so the if you guys seem like you are ready to go after you finish your breakfast and get your gear together, they will send someone to the kitchens. And of course, in the kitchens, they find Mochi.
Of course.
Who has when he turns up, he's got a satchel that looks something like a messenger bag, sort of slung over one shoulder and across his chest, and he is reaching a hand that looks to have a bunch of powdered sugar on it into the satchel, and he pulls out a pastry that appears to be it's like somebody created a tube of dough, but then turned that tube into a circle, and it's got a little opening in the middle. And when he pulls his hand out, he's got 3 of these, one stuck on each of 3 fingers. And he says, "Oh, they make these most interesting pastries. They call them donuts." And he takes a finger and he opens his mouth, and he's able to open his mouth much wider than you would think possible, and he just sticks his finger into his mouth, and he pulls the entire donut off of a finger, and then he chews it, and of course there's powdered sugar now on his lips and around his mouth and everything. Oh. Ooh. Oh, these are very good. These are very good. Queen Mishoki, you have an excellent kitchen staff. And Mashiko sort of looks at you all and raises a bit of an eyebrow and says, "Oh, well, thank you, honored guest," and sort of gives Coyote sort of the side eye, like, "All right, I mean, are we gonna blow the entire budget of the palace on making pastries for this guy?" And Coyote sort of looks back and just sort of shrugs her shoulders, and so he says, "So, I have been summoned. How can I help you?" And the general says, "Oh, I believe unless the heroes have another agenda, I think they are ready to travel to Takanuma Swamp."
Before that, once breakfast is done, she'll go with Adamant somewhere to have him put those horns on.
Okay.
Yes, they are going to hurt.
And once Enka and Adamant do that, Elora has something she needs to do before she leaves too.
Oh, okay. All right. So we'll say that you notified them of that before they summon for Mochi. So
Okay.
we will let you guys have a chance to do that. Let's turn the camera to Enka and Adamant at the moment. So you guys go find a suitable location.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And I would like you all to make some checks for me.
Okay.
He would have somebody bring him a doctor, maybe too.
Oh, okay.
Help.
All right. So that's going to give you advantage on your check. Adamant, what I would like for you to make, there's a reason I'm using this skill. I would like for you to make, sorry. I would like for you to make a sleight of hand check with advantage.
Oh boy.
Sleight of hand?
Yes. This is he has all the strength he needs. He has all the skill he needs to affix these horns. Okay. Sleight of hand is going to say
in the head.
No, sleight of hand is how delicately can he do this?
Not very. It's not bad.
And with a 12, it's not as bad as it could be, but it's not great. Now, because he got a 12, that is going to impact the roll Enka that you make, and there's a doctor there. So the doctor's also going to give you advantage on your roll. What I would like for you to do, Enka, is make me a Constitution check with advantage. Okay, 22. All right. Yes, it's smarts, but you find that the pain is not nearly as bad as you thought it would be. You had sort of prepared yourself for something that was going to be excruciating, and it turned out that it's kind of on the painful side of irritating more than excruciating.
Okay.
So you keep expecting that there's going to be something painful, and then you realize that Adamant has kind of stopped, and sort of you open an eye, and you're like, Adamant,
are you done?
Get a big thumbs up, and then we're going to hit her with a cure wounds from the prayer beads.
Cure wounds? Okay, all right. Well,
just to get it on its way more than anything.
Okay, all right.
Yeah,
so
make sure that it heals correctly.
All right, so you, I'm going to say that negates any chance that there would be any kind of infection, and in fact, you sort of, he does the cure wounds, and you reach up, Enka, and you sort of touch the horns, and they kind of feel like they're just as solid on your head as the horns you were born with were.
Okay. Just a little heavier. Just gonna have to build up her neck.
Slightly heavier, and a little bit longer, and perhaps a little bit of a different shape than the horns you had before. So all of that will take a little bit of getting used to. Yeah.
She stands up then and kind of lifts her hands to kind of touch him a little bit and run along them, and then she basically throws her arms around his neck and gives him a big, huge hug. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And then that is Enka's way of patting you on the head.
I don't pat people on heads. You get the sense she's very, very grateful.
Okay, so then I believe Elora had something she wanted to do. So Elora, while Enka is expressing her thanks to Adamant, what will we see Elora doing?
Elora would go up to Queen Michiko and Coyote and say, well, a promise is a promise, isn't it? And she smiles as she kind of pulls out her hair and flips it over her shoulder. Just basically asking permission if it's a good time for them now to be able to dye their hair.
They look and they say, well, how long will that take? Yes, today would be wonderful, but how long will that take? And will it delay you much on your errand?
Well, I got the majority of my stuff packed and things like that, so I'm good. The others can go around and do their thing. They can wait a little bit.
Oh, okay.
But the time shouldn't take that long. It's just a few herbs that I have in my pack, and I can just blend it in with your hair, and then, yeah.
Okay. All right. So they both seem excited about this.
I was under the impression where you wanted twin stripes, one on the left and one on the right, so you guys match side by side.
And they look at each other and they look at you and they both grin and they nod and they say, yes, please. That would be wonderful.
Elora smiles as she starts pulling out the herbs and graining into the hair so it turns more of Elora's hair color and comes out hopefully vibrant and nice. Unless she'll keep on doing it until it does. White.
Oh, white.
Laura's hair color is white, like a blondish white, like a complete bleach white.
Yeah, the drow have blue to deep purple skin, and their hair color is anything from like a pale gold to a bright platinum. And it's always has a bit of a metallic sheen to their hair. So yes, you put those in, and as you work on their hair, they begin to talk, and they talk to you, and they talk to each other about the springtime fashions and how they're looking forward after winter to being able to wear colorful springtime prints again. And they talk about sort of the way they want to redecorate the suite that Mashiko's father had occupied, and they start tossing back and forth ideas about that while you work on their hair. And then they'll occasionally ask you your opinion on certain items of interior decoration, or what fashions you think would go well with their build and their features and whatnot.
Lord more than happily and tell them, give them ideas of what they could do and should do and what fits them or their postures and things like that. I shall also give them the opportunity to say, hey, if you need anyone to help with plants or anything, I'll be more than happy to help you.
Oh,
but you
well.
make sure that you take care of my babies, okay?
Oh, certainly. Yes, it would be wonderful if you all have a chance before you leave Kamigawa entirely, if you could perhaps consult with the palace groundskeepers and give them some advice, or perhaps some pointers on the various colors that will go well with the grounds throughout the different seasons. We will make sure that we have a little garden that is devoted to the memory of the heroes that have helped us in this time. And we'll have a special little corner of that garden set aside just for the magic of our druid friend Elora.
Elora kind of chuckles and she kind of like pats her, the queen's head a little bit and says, please, the only hero here is you. You know how much strength it took and everything. Like I said, everyone makes a difference, and you are that different.
And she smiles at you, and Coyote sort of beams like the proud spouse. Very happy to hear other people recognize what they see in their beloved. So, yeah, after you work for maybe, I don't know, you tell me how long it takes. Is it 45 minutes? Is it an hour? Is it half an hour?
Say an hour and a half. Me too.
Okay. Between 90 and 120 minutes, there's now a bright streak. And would you say it's closer to a silver color or closer to a platinum or a different hue?
Because their hair was more dark, I would say it's more of Yeah, just a silver, like brownish tint of a silver.
Okay. All right. And does it sort of have that metallic gleam to it?
Yes. Should definitely make sure that they have that gleam.
Okay. And they look at each other and they are very excited, and they clap their hands happily, and then each of them gives you a big hug and tells you, "Oh, please be careful when you go to face Hidetsugu. I know you all are capable heroes, but we've just come to value you so much, and we hope that you will be back, and that we can celebrate fully the end of this chapter of Kamigawa's history and the start of a new chapter before you leave us."
Laura kind of chuckles and says, "This is my pleasure. We'll make sure that we come back." And she kind of gives like a head kiss to each and every one, both of them.
Okay. All right. So that they are very happy, and they give Elora another little hug of appreciation. So that takes about 2 hours. Galibar and Oyo, anything that you guys are doing during that time that Elora is doing a makeover with the queen and her spouse?
Galibar is just waiting wherever we had planned to meet up again, polishing Willow Roar because of the paste that was on it the other day.
Okay.
Just polishing Willow Roar and getting ready and waiting for everybody else to be ready to leave.
Okay, Oyohusa, anything that you are doing during that time?
Oyohusa! Are you there? Can't hear you.
Yeah, my
Did we lose
mic's
him?
being weird. No, I'm doing the same with Tatsumasa near Galibar. Just getting ready.
Okay. The as you polish Tatsumasa, you will, after a time, you'll have a sensation of a communication from somewhere. And it's a very kind of dismissive communication. And it goes, fingers like a village idiot.
Wow.
I got the nice weapon.
Yeah, pretty much from the sounds of it, you got the nice one. That likes to insult. Okay, so I guess Enka will, after she's had a chance to check out her new horns and stuff, and had a chance I'm so sorry. To work her neck muscles a little bit, kind of stretching out somewhat so that she can handle the weight a little bit more. She will come out to where the others are waiting for Elora. And we'll just basically go up to not Adamant, Galibar and go, thanks for the drink last night. It seemed to do the trick.
Yeah, Galibar, you've been there about an hour. You feel like you have buffed out most of the paste that was on Willow Roar, and you have it nice and gleaming. And you look over, you see Oyohusa sort of giving a curious glance to his blade. And then your attention is drawn from the other door when Enka walks in, followed by Adamant. And now Enka has these iron horns, sort of with little inlaid bits of electrum shaped like notes, and then sort of these little fluting ridges that are along the upper part of each horn.
Ooh! Did we lose everybody? Oh.
So we see her. She has new horns now?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Like I said, she came up to you and thanked you for the drink last night.
You're welcome. If you sharpen those a bit, you might be actually able to use them as like proper weapons.
She kind of raises.
Oh, that's how they're made. Don't worry about that.
She kind of raises an eyebrow and goes, technically, I could have done that with my other horns, but I didn't want to. They weren't big enough really to do much in the way of damage. Cat, I don't want to see her, but come on. No, don't chew on that. You are a little pissed.
Oyohusa just kind of side staring at the size of Enka's horns.
Rack. Stop staring at my rack, dude.
Are we about ready to go, you think?
I am prepared.
And it takes about another hour, and then finally Enka, or Elora, comes in. And as Elora comes in, she's... well, I guess you wouldn't show any traces of any of the stuff on your hands that you had been using to do the hair, because that wouldn't show up on your hands anyway. Unless you wanted to.
Elora probably knew better to be able to get the dye off her hands before coming back and waiting until they saturated on her hands and it created a big mess. Yeah.
Okay, well, now when you come in, she's closely followed by Princess Mashiko and Coyote, and you see that they now have twinsy streaks of drow-colored hair. Along, one of them has it along the left side, one of them has it along the right side, and depending on how they stand next to each other, It's either like little bookends or it's like a little pillar between them. The way it hangs from their hair. So they've kind of have this thing going on, and they look very pleased with themselves.
Elora looks very pleased in herself as well.
Yeah. And about that time, they will send for Mochi, and this is when Mochi comes in with his pastries. Yeah.
Is she your candy lunchbox?
And he says, "Oh, well, yes, I have some snacks here. They should tide me over until I have a chance to come back to the palace. But I think after I get you to where you need to be and then bring you back, I think I must go back to the city and speak to the Soratami. They will want to know what is going on here. And Your Majesty, I will have them send some ambassadors."
Oh.
And
Speaking of ambassadors, I have contacted our leaders back in Waterdeep, and they should be sending ambassadors to speak with you, Queen.
oh, that is wonderful. Well, we will make sure that we have quarters made up. It's been a long time since we have had diplomats from more than one people at a time. My father, over the years, he became suspicious even of his allies, and he preferred to make alliances and treaties with one group at a time and keep the knowledge of what his treaties were separate from the rest of his allies. I do not think that fosters peace. I would like to think that we can gather all of our allies at the table together and let all of them know the alliances that we have with them. Hopefully that will encourage more cooperation among them as well, and not just with us.
One can only hope.
And Mochi says, "Well then, are we all ready?"
Yes, I am prepared.
Okay, and
Or
the generals
grab a ginger root, munch on it.
and the princess or the queen and Coyote, they say, good luck, my friends. I hope that you will return to us swiftly and safely." And then Mochi waits for Elora to finish her preparations of the ginger root, and then he will ask everybody to grasp hands, and before he takes somebody's hand, he will very quickly lick all the powdered sugar off of his own fingers, and then he looks at other people and he realizes kind of what he's done, and then he pulls out a napkin and he dries off his hands. And then he'll reach out and take somebody's hand. And once everybody has linked hands, he will say, "Well, here we go. powered by the wonderful sweets of the kitchen. And he does that thing, and the world sort of shifts and shakes, and you get the sensation that from somewhere, little candy sprinkles just fly off of him and everybody else as you disappear from the palace, and you appear. This looks like one map, but it is, well, this is one map, but you're not in this particular location at the moment. Because this is the map that you guys are going to get a preview of. So let me move you all over here. And then I will put you guys here. And then for the benefit of the stream, we'll go ahead and zoom this out, and you guys may want to zoom out a little bit on your own screens to see more of what is going on. You see Zhang, and there are several of the other people that that are obviously members of the palace guard, and they are all kind of wearing sort of camouflage type of stuff, and they have a little encampment that is out in the swamp. And Zhang says, "Oh, my friends, I was told that you would be coming. I have a scouting report available for you of the ruins where Hidetsugu and his most loyal followers and the Oni Hidokuchi can be found." And he takes you over to a table, and he rolls out a map, and the map that he rolls out looks a lot like this that you see on your screen. And he says, this is some of the ruins of Numai. This is in fact one of the shrines in Numai that was a shrine to all 5 of the spirit guardians. As with most of the other shrines throughout Kamigawa, those were eventually abandoned when they realized that the guardians were guardians of the land and not the people. But Hidetsugu has taken this as a symbolic headquarters. I will point out some areas of what our scouts have reported in the last patrol, which was about an hour ago. We think that when you go up there, you will. We believe you will face potentially 2, but perhaps as many as 12 enemies. Although some of the enemies we're not quite sure about whether they are combatants or not. I'll draw your attention to the northwest of the region. And he points to this area over here where I'm pinging. And he says, this appears to be something of a command post for Hidetsugu himself. He often will meet with his patrols over there, and he seems to be studying some sort of maps of the swamp and issuing orders to people over there. And then we have noticed an array around this area of lighted torches on tall posts. And over in the northeast of this area, he's going to draw an arrow for you. In an arc that describes these posts here, it appears that there are 10 or so humanoids. Now, in the last 3 hours, we have not seen those humans move at all. They are standing quite still, and each one of them appears to have one of the runes of chaos inscribed on their forehead. And then also in this area, right here by what appears to be what appears to be a large feature of some sort. This is where we have seen Onihitokuchi. He appears to be putting some sort of I don't know if it's a cauldron of potion or broth or what, but he seems to be mixing something noxious in this large vessel here. And he occasionally will go dip a finger into that and then go over to one of the humans and will trace something on the human's face or head. And as I said, that doesn't seem to provoke any reaction. They just stand there still. So we're not sure if they will be involved in the fight, but I fear that may be something to do with the Oni's blood magic.
Well, if they do happen to appear in a fight, we have our own numbers, thanks to this horn. So...
Go ahead.
Can I ask if I could roll a religion check on the stuff that he described with blood magic?
Since you're getting it from his description and not getting it from seeing it, I will let you do that, but I'll let you roll at a disadvantage.
Fair enough.
Can I get some guidance?
Yeah, you can add guidance on top of the disadvantage, so...
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, your guess is the total of 10. Your guess is as good as whatever. Not sure.
I'll look over at the map that they've drawn and kind of point to the torches and go, So are these regular torches, or are they evenly spaced, or are they? Have you tried to even get onto this platform?
No, we have not tried to get onto the platform. Our orders from the general were to scout and observe and remain unseen. We have had to sometimes evade some of the patrols of Hidetsugu's men. But we noticed, when was it? It was yesterday. Which for you all, yesterday was the day that you fought Ryusei.
Okay.
In your timeline. Yesterday, we noticed that the only person in leadership here seemed to be Hidetsugu himself. And he was somehow larger than he is now. And then something happened. It seemed like almost there was a ripple that ran through the air. And when that happened, Hidetsugu cried out, and he slumped to his knees. And some of my men wanted to run and attack him, but I told them no, because we had been given strict orders. And I know that the general knows what he's about, so we observed. And he seemed to shriek, and he clawed at his flesh. And when he did, it seemed that some boiling blackness oozed out of him. And as that blackness oozed out of him, he shrank, and the blackness formed into the spirit of Onihitokuchi. So whatever it was that happened, clearly it seems to have weakened Hidetsugu. And the form of Onihitokuchi is truly something hideous to behold. And when he appeared, it seems that almost all of Hidetsugu's patrols fled, and we have not seen them since. There were only... Go ahead.
Yesterday, we dealt with and purified Ryusei, so that has weakened him.
Ah, that must have been what happened. There were only some of Hidetsugu's most loyal troops left, and they were the only ones who did not run away. And the spirit of Onihitokuchi spoke to them, and as he spoke to each one, they seemed to somehow change. And now the 10 or so that we have observed are the ones that are left and have this mark of chaos on them. I fear that if something is not done, Onihitokuchi may be planning to try to reintegrate himself with Hidetsugu.
It's a good thing we showed up as soon as we could.
Yes. I have spoken with my men, and out of the few of us that are here, there are 3 of us, myself included, that if you need us, we can aid you in the battle. The general has bid us not get involved, but I owe you a life debt. And I love my general, but I feel that my life is worth more than an order. So I would willingly defy my general if you need my help.
I do not think that you joining the battle would be very wise. The general probably needs you to continue with your. Well, he'll probably need you in the future, so I do not want to risk you falling in battle today.
Very well, as you say. He gives a curt nod, and any of you that wish can make an insight check.
I don't think well, no. I'll try it.
Troll 1. First official roll for me for the day. So
Wow. Okay.
Time to get
Enka.
throws out of the way.
Yeah. Enka and Adamant, the 2 of you recognize he has told Galibar that, he's kind of acknowledged what Galibar has said, but you get the feeling that he is going to sort of keep an eye on how the battle unfolds, and if you guys look like you're in trouble, he's probably going to intervene.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
I'll kind of look over at him and go, it would probably be best if you did at least keep an eye on things so that if we are in need of help at some point in time, you can possibly either call for it or have your men help us as you see fit. We'd like to have something in as a backup just in case.
And he nods, and he stands up a little bit straighter. Then he looks at Enka, and then you notice, Enka, that he looks up above your eyes. And he says, I am sorry, Lady Enka, but I don't know how I could be such a blind fool. I never realized your horns were so magnificent.
And she
Then he looks a little embarrassed.
And kind of waves away the compliment. Oh, don't worry. It's fine. Completely embarrassed. But she nods and goes, so, but I was asking, originally, what, do you know if Has any of your people seen these torches that you have indicated go out, or are they just normal torches, or?
Oh, yes. Over the time that we have been here, they do burn down and need to be replaced. They appear to be able to burn about 4 to 6 hours. Of course, they had to replace them a couple of hours ago. But yes, they appear to be natural. They doesn't, and they are burning with a normal flame. They don't.
Okay.
They don't have any kind of different flame. Of course, I am not one with magic, so I do not know if normal fire can be a part of magic or if it requires something extraordinary.
Mm-hmm. What about the cauldron? Is it's over flame?
We have not. There does not appear to be a fire as such underneath it, but we have observed what appears to be, whether it's vapors or steam or something rising from it. Well, we haven't gotten close enough, of course, to be noticed.
How is it positioned? Is it like on a tripod, or just a pot sitting on the ground? What?
There is a low platform, and it is resting on that platform. And yes, the large pot has legs that it sits on.
Okay.
I believe there are 3 or 4 legs.
Okay. And she's still studying this map.
Most of the floor, of course, seems to be flagstones or large cobblestones. There are some areas that it looks like are from the ancient temple days, where there's some inlaid mosaic of tiles.
Okay.
Those appear to be ritual patterns. And then there's a large statue that appears to be the head of... Well, I don't know whether that is supposed to be the head of one of the spirit guardians or what. It's quite weathered.
All right. Interesting. Did it ever have anything other than just pillars or walls or anything like that? A roof, or can you tell?
I do believe at one time it did have full walls and a roof and everything. Now, there's only fragments of those left. There are parts of the walls over on the west side and over on the east side. And there are several of the pillars that appear to have fallen. But otherwise, there's no features of the former walls or roof left.
Okay. And there's no other guards? Or is there any other form of guards going up to it?
No, as I said, most of his other followers fled after it seemed that he was falling and leaking some sort of black ichor, which then turned into this Oni.
Okay. Sorry for all the questions. I'm just trying to think of any little things that we may need to know, possibly, to either disrupt whatever is going on or.
I do have a question.
Yes.
But it's for Mochi.
Oh, yes?
Mochi, the being that was possessing Hidetsugu, is it from this plane or from...
Oh, the Oni are... The Oni are native to Kamigawa, yes. But they are on a plane that is adjacent to the natural plane of the Kami.
So if I were to send him home, he would stay.
He would... Yes. He would likely stay. It is curious to describe, and I have not traveled extensively to other planes in the multiverse, so I do not know how it works in other places. But I have heard from Tamio that on other worlds there is a natural world, and then bordering the natural world are usually planes such as the Celestial and the Shadowfell and the Feywild,
yes,
and the Underdark, and those types of situations. And on those planes, it appears that there are either powerful magics are required to travel between those planes, or in some cases there are areas where the planes almost overlap and there are portals that can be used to travel between them. Here in Kamigawa, imagine, if you will, imagine a cake. And imagine that the natural world is a layer of a cake, and that there is a veil of frosting that is between this layer and the other layers. And that there are, if you know the certain pathways, you can navigate between the layers unless they are guarded with the various spirit realms. There are many pathways between the world of the Kami and the world of the Oni. And they are able to communicate back and forth if they know the pathways. For the last 20 years, there has been a disruption in the veil that is between the spirit world and the natural world, a disruption that was caused by the Queen's father when he invaded the spirit world and kidnapped that which was taken, the being that you now know as Kyodai.
Yes.
Since Kyodai and the Queen are now guardians, I am not sure how long it will be before the veil between the two worlds is corrupted. Is sealed. I believe that I am still here because there is still a pathway between the spirit realm and the natural world that has not been sealed. So this is a long way to say that I think that if you somehow had a way of sending Onihitokuchi back to the spirit realm, there would be a pathway that he could return by. How rapidly, I'm not sure. But I believe he could make his way back here.
That is not good news.
No, but it does tell me that if I banish him, he won't be coming back if the spell completes. We'll have time to do what we need to do. And then he can be dealt with without having to worry about freeing Hidetsugu as well. Because I know we'd rather free him than kill him.
Laura kind of pouts. No, I want cake.
I don't quite understand the cake analogy. I have seen enough to get the gist. So Galibar, you and I will focus on the Oni until I can manage to send it away. Yes?
Yes. If we don't just straight up kill him.
Well, there's that.
I do hit really hard.
You do. If that happens before I can get him to succumb to the spells.
And Jing will look at you two and say, very well, you will focus your attention on Onihitokuchi.
Yes.
May I ask your companions how will you plan to proceed in the battle? Would you all focus on the same target, or would some of you attack Hidetsugu himself?
We'll need you to keep him busy.
I don't like these this information about these humanoids here. I think if we can, whatever he's using them for or doing with them, if we can disrupt that, as well as this cauldron that he has full of stuff, either tip it over, water it down, add something to it that will ruin it, it might help.
Do you have any spells that could knock it over?
You know what? Let me see. You might.
Shatter the cauldron.
So, question. I know he dips his hand, his finger, and puts it on the people's foreheads where the mark is. That's right,
yes.
right?
Yes, that is correct.
Let's say he has to do that every 4 hours. Has he ever been late, and have they showed any emotions? Because I know after he's done it, they remain their emotions, but
no, he has not ever been late, as you say. He has been very methodical in reapplying whatever magic it is to them.
she looks over at Galibar and goes, "Well, you can just use prestidigitation to clean that stuff off of their foreheads."
I mean,
What kind of juggles do?
if it's magic, I'm not sure that would work.
I don't really have anything, so to speak, to knock over the cauldron. I can dimension door to it and tip it over.
Could you take me to him with a dimension door?
I can.
That would be amazing because it would take me a long time to get there otherwise, it seems.
Well, we would have to see the place first, so but yeah, I could take you there and
Because I know Oyohusa can cast it with that cloak of his. If he could get Adamant up there, we could just pounce on them all at once before they can do anything.
That is true, but I generally like to use such things as an emergency escape, but
so
we can do that, yes.
I can do that, and then if you have occupied his attention while I'm there, I can go over and tip the thing over into. Is this water here?
Where are you pinging?
Just this color, this greenish.
Okay. Are you
color?
are you up near the cauldron?
No, just where it starts at the base of the.
Okay, hang on. I've gotta adjust my view
Okay.
to see what you're.
Well, basically, is this thing surrounded by swamp water?
Yes. There's this platform is surrounded by swamp water.
Okay. So I can knock it into the swamp water and not only destroy it, but heavily dilute it and go from there. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, it sounds like we might have a plan.
Yes. Okay. And we will have a chance to put any final touches, and then if you're ready, put that plan into motion after we have our break. Viewers, thank you guys for hanging out with us today. I am going to put us over on the slate, and I'll bring the music up. And we're going to take about 10 minutes, and then we will be back and we will resume our session. Looks like we'll probably have a fight on our hands today. All right, so I'll go ahead and...
DM, I'll need the sheet for the Berserker that I'm going to be summoning with the flute or the horn.
Okay, I will go ahead and get that to you. Okay. And then we'll do this, and I'm going to go on mute, and I'll be right back.
Same.
Adamant, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Sorry, Pete. God.
You're fine.
Any way you could help me input the stat on this freaking weapon?
What are you trying to put in?
I'm trying to put in my weapon.
Okay.
So I try to put it up at the top under name, but then it put it down at the bottom under item name. And I don't know how to... Uh-oh. What'd I do? Yep. Nope. Okay, I didn't click anything. Yeah. So I'm trying to just edit it, but I don't remember how.
Just all I did with mine was I keep the sheet ready on Roll20.
Yeah, I'm on Roll20 right now.
I keep the data sheet for my shield there, and what I did was the abilities that it gives me, like I would put them onto the under the abilities and feats section, the features and traits.
I'm gonna do all that, but right during this break, I was hoping to at least get the weapon damage and whatnot put in real quick.
Okay, so it does damage like a longsword, right?
Okay, so under the hit dice thing, it has the name category. I tried to put a new one in, and I guess I hit enter or something, and it put it all the way down under item name, but now it won't let me edit that. I'm not really sure how to.
Okay.
How do I delete that?
Yeah, go ahead. The lock.
The lock, okay, and then
click on the lock and delete.
Got it. Okay.
Okay, so right now it does damage like a +2 longsword, right?
Right. So I'm gonna replace this.
Well, I'm gonna tell you what to do. Go into click on the the information tab, and just click up longsword.
Wait, where? The eye?
Yeah, click on the eye.
Eye. Where's the eye?
Third from the left. It's just a little eye.
Where? Oh, okay. Yeah.
Look up longsword, and then just drag the +2 longsword.
Under what items?
Yeah. Just type in long.
Gosh, it's not.
Just type in long.
Got it.
You see +2 longsword there?
Yep.
Just drag that over onto your sheet.
Okay.
And then what you're gonna do is you scroll down on your sheet to where it says longsword +2.
Nothing happened.
Where did you drag it to?
The name list.
Name list? What name list? No, just when you drag it over.
Oh, there it goes. Okay. I had to wait for the square to prop up. Okay. Yeah. And then we go to the cogwheel, right?
No, go under item name.
Item. Okay. Yeah.
Down at the bottom, you see the longsword +2.
Yeah, I just accidentally clicked it. But yeah.
Click on the square.
Where?
Not the name, the square.
Can't click on the square.
Yeah, you can. I'm doing it now. Mine.
What do you mean? Not in the I tab, but under the.
On your character sheet.
Right.
Scroll down to the bottom where you see longsword +2.
Uh-huh.
Under your items, not under your weapons. Okay.
Okay, yeah.
Click on the square.
Okay. It has a check mark already. Do you want me to take the check mark off?
No. Click on the square that the item is in. So you can edit it. It's still considered a +2, right? Regardless of what I would name it? Right.
Okay.
So type in the name of the weapon.
Will I have to redo all this once I go to tier 3? Or tier 4 or whatever?
You can change it into... You're going to find out where to change it in a second. So type in the name of the weapon, and it's going to change it up under the weapon, under your attacks.
Okay. Got it.
And then go to the name of the weapon up at the attacks.
Yeah.
And then click on the cog.
Got it. So it's it's Dex. Does it have a plus modifier?
No, it should already have the magic bonus in there.
See a magic bonus.
Under range.
Oh, okay. So what? So why does it have that Dex plus whatever?
That's like if you have a fighting style that adds to it. Like archery adds a +2 to hit.
Okay. What about so I'm proficient. Why does it says 150 that range? That's dumb, but okay. 150.
Yeah, you can take that off.
I don't know why that's just hit. Okay. Don't put anything in there, or put melee, or what?
Yeah, you don't have to put anything in there. It's not a range weapon.
Okay. The damage, and there's two different damage types on this. Can be wielded as one-handed and two-handed.
Right. It should have both of those on there. Damage 1 and damage 2.
What is damage 1? Is that two-handed?
Damage 1 will be your one-handed, and damage 2 will be your two-handed.
Oh, that's weird, because it shows as a damage 2 is 1d6.
Well, yeah, you can change that. Just
okay. So
type in the 1d10.
My weapon says it does a certain amount of damage, a certain damage type on top of its normal weapon damage. So how do I do that?
Okay, you're gonna have to make two separate attacks.
Yeah, you can make two separate ones for those.
Yeah, you're gonna have to make two, one for versatile and one for normal.
Okay, how do I?
The problem.
How do I do that?
You're just gonna click on the plus sign.
Plus sign where?
Underneath the weapon name.
Under attack dex, or are you talking about damage?
No. All right, we're finish up with that one first. What kind of damage does it do in addition?
It does psychic. I can choose to deal psychic or force damage.
Okay, so how much?
In its current form, I can do one-handed is 2d8 plus normal weapon damage.
Okay, so put 2d8 in damage 2.
Is that for two-handed or one-handed?
For one-handed.
So in damage 2, it's one-handed. Okay. So 2d8.
We're doing it totally different now.
Okay, so I'm on the damage 2, and I need to check mark that?
Yeah, check mark that. And under the type, you put psychic/force. That way, when you roll it, you can say which one you're doing. And it'll have it both all on there.
So under type, I have to type what?
Psychic/force.
And then slash?
Yep. Yeah.
A lot of damage that your weapon does, Elora.
That's on a crit, but yeah.
That's a total of 6d6 on a normal hit.
No. So they take that piercing damage basically no matter what. If it hits, they have to roll a Constitution save to see if they take that poison. If they succeed the Constitution, then they don't take any poison at all.
Okay, what does a crit equal?
That you're not rolling any extra dice on it, so don't mess with that.
So basically, the crit roll for us is if our scimitar does 1d6, we take 6. So you can just put 6 there if that's the total. Oh, no, but if it's like 2d6, then you put 12. Because 2 times 6 equals 12.
The crit on there is if like Galibar, when you crit, you roll extra dice.
Okay, well, let's not confuse me at the moment. So, okay, what about damage type 1? The first damage one.
That's just your normal damage. So that's going to be your 1d8 plus your dex.
But that wouldn't. Why would it be 1d8?
Why would it be 1d8?
It's a longsword, isn't it?
It does damage like a longsword, right?
Oh, okay. I see. So under damage type 1, I need to put slashing, and then I don't have to put slashing under damage type 2.
No, you put psychic/force.
I will say, can you share us your sheet with all the information on it?
I don't know how I can do that.
The DM has.
Because I can't show you guys my branch, but
no, the DM has to.
Okay.
I meant like share screen. But,
so this is for one-handed. Okay. Anything else I need to do?
Nope. Let's go ahead and click on attack. See if we got it set up. Do an attack with it. Yeah. See, there's your piercing. There's your psychic or your force damage.
Oh, it shouldn't be piercing. That's weird. Let me see if I can fix that.
Should be able to.
I didn't put slashing.
Yeah, it's easy to put if, yeah.
So you spelled psychic wrong?
I didn't.
Yeah, you did.
Mm-hmm.
Fishic.
Physicalic.
Oh, yeah. Whoops. I was typing too fast. I just did it backwards.
You put the H just in the wrong spot. It just like throws.
No, I switched stuff around.
And now, what you're gonna do is you're gonna click on the plus sign at the bottom of your attack list.
And that should be fixed.
There you go.
And now what? Do what now?
Click on the plus sign.
Plus sign. Okay.
And then you're just gonna put the attack in again.
I just put the name again, or
put the name again. That this time you have to put a 2 by the magic bonus.
Hold on.
But what you're gonna do is you're gonna put.
Just a second. Okay.
Put that by the name of the name of the weapon in the in the name line.
Wait, what? In the name line?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So you get the name of your weapon, and in parentheses you put two-handed.
Oh, and under name?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Can't I just click on the right one? Like, I don't need to change the name, right? I'll just know on this thing that it does 2D, right? And just click the appropriate one.
That's so you can differentiate and.
I'll be able to see which one. One is a one. Oh, I see. I'll be able to tell. One's a 1d8 and the other is a 1d10. Right?
Just so you don't make a mistake and
I won't.
Yeah, the what Adamant is talking about is if you create 2 different versions of the weapon and have one version where all the damage dice are keyed to the D8, that is the one-handed version of the weapon, and do the other version where all the damage dice are keyed to the D10. That gives you the two-handed version. So that way it's easy so nobody has to ask you, are you attacking one-handed or two-handed? It will be obvious from the way the damage rolls out whether you're using the one-handed attack or the two-handed attack.
Well, yeah. It should show it. Oh, it's not going to show a 2d10, right?
No, it's 1d10, but no, it's not going to show it.
All right.
So Gallibond?
Yes.
Can you open up my page on Elora and see if I put it in the Warm Fang thing right?
Okay.
The attack. It's in the attacks and spellcasting. It's next to my scimitar and my that thingy. Yeah, that thing.
Okay.
See,
I'm sorry, she's back in heat.
I don't have the second attacks for the battle axe and the Sunforger because I don't use versatile. Because I'm always carrying a shield.
Okay, so let me.
Why is it? God bless, it's annoying. Parentheses. I can't get it to center.
Oh, okay.
Don't worry about being centered. It's fine.
It's a magic. It's a magic weapon. So you should put under the attack, Elora. Let's go here. What is your? Okay, your attack is going to be Pete, remind me, is a staff, is that a finesse? Is that a finesse or is that a...
yes.
Okay, so what's your better stat bonus? Is your strength or your dex better?
Dex,
Elora?
definitely.
Okay, so... And then it's a magic weapon, so... it's tier 2, so I think it's that. And then, yeah, okay.
Yeah, I got like majority of it filled out, but the attack thing was confusing me.
Yeah, so
that looks better.
Before we go, once we get there, once they've led us there, and we can see the or if we can sneak up and get to the temple area, I'm gonna basically, instead of trying to do it during battle, I'm gonna hit everybody with bardic inspiration. So then that way everybody's got it going into at least like one round of it. Say what?
I think bardic inspiration only lasts for 10 minutes.
It does, but once we engage, I mean, we're pretty much sounds like we're gonna go there and we're gonna kick ass.
Yeah.
But what about tea time? We're not allowed to give him tea time no more?
Well, first we gotta get rid of the guy who's pumping him up. Yeah, we gotta get him to come to his senses. Then we can try the tea time.
Yeah.
He's gonna get tea time.
It's tea for 2 and 2 for tea.
There you go.
And Galibar, you should see now in your... I'm gonna go ahead and put the music down.
I changed the token to what actual like spirits would look like Valhalla spirits would look like.
Okay, it uses the stat block of a berserker, so I just used the berserker token out of Roll20. All right, so let's go over here.
I don't know how to do the appropriate crit damage when this thing crits, but
it's going to do the crit damage itself.
Nice. It's going to do the crit damage because it'll just double. It just
here we go.
Yeah.
Now make sure you set it so it's using your dex and your strength.
It should be.
No, it's still using your strength. It's using your dex to hit, but it's using your strength for damage.
Oh yeah.
So isn't it the crit rule for like crits we do max damage?
Max damage.
Yeah, the max damage. So
instead of that 9, it should be a 10. Instead of that 12, it should be 20.
Yeah, I haven't changed it, but it's just dex on the first damage on the sword, not the physical. I mean, not on the damage type. Got it. So it should be fixed.
I'm confused. It should be dex for both hit and damage.
He fixed it.
Sorry for that. I didn't mean to take a
There it goes.
No, that's fine.
So can we attempt to sneak up when we go?
And you want to make me try to sneak again?
Don't worry, it won't matter. Elora will be like, "Oh, isn't he a cutie?" And then we'll automatically roll initiative.
Yeah, we're fucked.
He's a cutie. She put both hands on her face and, oh my god.
Wait.
Screw you all.
we make a special gag mask for Elora, so until we get into combat, she can't say
then we
anything.
can just pull it off at that point in time. Are we all rolling stealth now?
I wouldn't even bother at this point, even if they're going to help us.
Are we rolling stealth, Callie?
I haven't even left yet.
I wouldn't even fucking bother at this point.
Oh.
Sorry, I went back on mute again because I was crunching on something.
We ain't sneaking up on nothing.
Nothing.
Are y'all just rolling for the fun of it, or are we actually doing
I was rolling for the fun of it.
He's just rolling. He's getting the bad rolls out of her system.
You guys didn't say you were actually sneaking up. You just were talking about whether you were going to sneak up or not.
So, yeah. So basically, like I said, when we get into range and looks like we're, just about ready to pounce, so to speak, I will try to hit everybody with a Bardic Inspiration.
So you are going to do that before you do your Dimension Door, then?
Right.
Okay.
So basically, it's just a, get up and go bang, bang, bang.
Okay. Now I am going to ask all of you. I am going to ask all of you to make a stealth check. And this is to make sure that you don't, you're going to be far away before you do your Dimension Door, but this is just to make sure that you don't have like some kind of critical botch.
Oof. We forgot to get the Hero's Feast. This should be fun.
We'll be all right.
Okay, as you...
Stealth. Here we go.
Okay.
All right, guys.
At least a natural one doesn't really affect it, but Enka and Adamant are both going wang, wang, wang.
And we were just all rolling weird. Well,
okay.
Never mind.
You guys are...
those damn horns that whistle now.
Well, you're moving slow, so that doesn't have an effect on anything.
Elora's behind her, blowing in her horns. Just kidding.
As you get close enough to see with your own eyes what's going on up there, this is what you notice up on the platform. So, if you... I don't know how much you guys are zoomed, but you see...
Junji Ito called and wants his monsters back.
You see over here, you see this huge ogre. And I actually have some handouts for this. So let's do this. So you see no, that's not it. This is it. Okay, you see the ogre over here. And he is an enormous thing, and he has a big, what looks like a huge morning star. And the only difference between the image that you see on your screens now and the ogre you see before you is that his skin looks slightly more wrinkled and slightly less filled out. It's kind of like, it almost seems like he had been at one point stretched out, and now he's kind of shrunken, and his skin still hasn't, gotten back to the smaller size.
Looks like a giant bipedal Sharpei.
Yes. And then and let's see, no, it's not that. Then over on the other side, the creature at the cauldron, that looks like this.
Jesus, what the hell is that?
Yeah, that's a Junji Ito creation right there.
This is he's got a mouth that's kind of like a lamprey, and one of his hands one of his arms seems to end in a more or less normal hand. The other arm ends in what looks like almost tentacles.
I know where this is going.
And he's got these huge curled ram-like horns, and then a third eye in the middle of his forehead. And then his body looks like it had at one time been sliced open and then sewn back up. And the scar has never quite fully healed. And then he's got claws on each of his feet, which are not shown entirely on this image here. So,
God.
And he is a very large creature, as evidenced by his token size. And then the humans sitting there, they look a lot like the bandits that you fought in the woods before, except there's kind of a something on their foreheads. You're not close enough to make it out in really clear detail, but there's something there. And this big creature seems to still be working over the cauldron there at the moment, and you don't think they don't give any sign that they have noticed you. So you guys now down here at the bottom end of the map, you guys can arrange yourselves however you want to arrange yourselves. And I think we had talked about 2 different people that had the ability to do a dimension door, but I'm not sure if both of them were going to use it or when you guys were going to use it. So let's get you guys all out of the water and on to the.
I'm going to go across the water.
Okay.
So
I'm going to go across right here because I have the ring of water walking.
Okay. Okay, so you're not going to dimension door with anybody.
There's
you have to be next. If somebody's going to dimension door, you have to be next to them. They can't. Yeah.
And
I don't have to be in touch range to do banishment. I just have to be within 60 feet.
Okay. Yeah, and you're right now over 200 feet away.
Mm-hmm.
I was going to say,
big map.
I think
before he leaves to whenever that is to start walking across the water, or whenever he decides to do that, that's when I'll get him with Bardic Inspiration.
Okay.
It's going to take a bunch of rounds to get across there unless I dash. But we can only take... You'll only be able to do 4 people total with...
Well, okay. Enka, you had told Adamant... Or, no, you had told Galibar you were taking Galibar with you, right?
Go ahead.
I think Galibar should go with me.
Oh, okay.
Enka wanted to get up there and push over the cauldron.
Yeah, but now that I've seen that there's this massive thing next to it, I'm not so sure. But I can try.
Yeah, the last time she was next to a big massive thing, it didn't go great with her. She's probably going to have to have a battle or 2 under her belt before she's ready to do that again.
Tactics, I like it.
One more question. What is the weather?
It's a swamp, so it's kind of it's cloudy and it's humid. There are some clouds around.
Okay.
Well, I mean, what would be ideal weather for Elora? I mean, what would make her really happy? What kind of weather would make her really happy?
Storming with lightning and thunder.
There are some clouds that could definitely produce some thunderstorms, but it's not an active thunderstorm.
This ain't no Garth Brooks song.
Many of us have metal weapons, and Adamant is made out of metal. We would literally be lightning rods.
So would you classify that as stormy weather or normal weather?
It's normal weather. There is not an active storm now.
Okay.
I believe that, and I'm not sure of the level of it, but I believe that druids do get access to spells that they can call stormy weather out of existing clouds. They don't have to be. Now, some of the spells may require that there's already an active storm, but I don't think all of the spells require that there's an active storm.
If you had 8th level spells, you could control weather and turn a normal day into a hurricane.
Yes, in a few more levels, Galibar, in a few more levels.
Yeah, she can't do that right now.
No.
Hey, Enka, could you not give Adamant Bardic Inspiration?
Can you give Galibar double Bardic Inspiration instead of getting no?
Actually, I missed what was said. I am so sorry. I was reading a spell.
Then
We were I brought up the control weather spell.
Yeah.
So I said if he had that spell, he could Elora could turn a normal day into a hurricane. And Adamant said she can't do that right now.
Oh, I'm not giving you Bardic Inspiration because of that. That was awful.
I could have made it better and said her can't do that. I know.
all right.
Man.
So, let's see, the big monstrosity over there, he is doing something, and he appears to be sort of beginning to wave his hands over this cauldron. So what do you guys want to do?
I say we go now.
Okay, so what?
Who all is going with the dimension door? Because we can only get 4 people up there with dimension door.
Between the two of us?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'll walk.
What if Elora... No, I don't know about the rules. What if she turn into a butterfly or something and flew and... Nope. I guess
she could probably turn into a giant eagle and fly up there and start attacking.
Well, she flew in somebody's bag. Does that count? I don't know what the rules are for that.
No. She would be left behind.
I would still be counted as a living creature, so...
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You could you could probably wild shape into a giant owl or a giant eagle and fly up there in 2 turns.
It's okay. So what you're saying is we have to stop her heart, and then she's a valid target, and resuscitate her next round. No, just kidding.
Toss her into a bag of holding.
How about this? Can I spawn Griffey quietly?
Fine.
Close can we get before the battle starts? That's a good question.
Dimension door is 500 feet, so we can get right up in there.
Well, we haven't rolled for initiative yet, so
you guys haven't rolled for initiative, and I guess if you all are going to act,
I'm gonna slap y'all with Bardic Inspiration, and then we go.
Okay, so now let me do this. I'm going to give. What have we been doing? We've been doing. Is it the little heart we've been giving to everybody?
Yeah.
Card on my token.
Okay, so now can you do that to yourself, Enka, or is it only other people?
You know what? I don't know. I've never looked.
I've seen a lot of mixed things on that. I think it comes down to what the DM says.
Let's see here. Bardic Inspiration.
But now, yeah, and that's not a concentration thing because we've established
Other
that
than
before.
yourself, so.
Other than yourself, so you cannot do that to yourself. All right.
Yep.
All right. So then, Enka,
Mm-hmm.
do you have DM inspiration?
I do not.
Okay, because you are giving bonuses to all of your companions, go ahead and take DM inspiration. Put that on your character sheet.
Okay.
Also, because you have those cool new horns that look cool, and
What if-
that should inspire you.
Yes.
What
What'd you
if
say?
Oyohusa did something completely out of character and spontaneously inspirational? Could he get inspiration?
Say what?
If
I was making a joke. Never mind.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So.
Don't do that. Man. We're trying to get serious here. Damn it.
Okay. So you guys have inspiration. We are not yet in, or you guys have. We're not yet in combat, so you don't need initiative. All of you have bardic inspiration except for Enka. Now, Enka, when you plan to do Dimension Door, how close do you plan to get yourself and Galibar?
I thought she was taking Adamant.
Yeah, she's taking Adamant.
Oh, okay.
I'm
How
taking
close do
Adamant
you
now.
plan?
She could put him right here, and he'd be 60 feet away.
Okay. And then, Enka, you would not be right in immediate melee if you put him 60 feet away from the big guy.
Because I thought I was taking Galibar. When did that change?
No. Oyohusa is going to take Galibar because the two of them are going to go into melee combat.
Okay. All right. So, how big are these columns? Are they pretty big?
Yeah, they're a good 5, 10. They're a good 10 feet in diameter.
Okay.
So
basically,
you
if I
could
Dimension Door, or like behind it, it'll give us partial cover to all cover.
So
Except
it's like
for the
if you get Now let's see where could you? Yeah. Okay. So Enka, you could put yourself here, and you and then Adamant could be here in this square, and would be within 60 feet, so he could do his thing. Or if he wanted to be like, let's say here, so he had a good line of sight, you could then appear in like in this square and then like run around behind the column.
What is he doing to this guy?
Going to be casting Banishment.
He's gonna basically try to get him out of the battlefield.
What I want to do then is I want to Dimension Door us like right over here by the head of this thing.
Okay.
Into the back.
So back behind them. All right.
Yeah. And that's only like 35 feet from the monster, so.
Okay.
Or whatever.
That works.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Yep.
So that would be. Yeah, that would do that.
Technically, that would give us other ways of fleeing if shit happened too.
Okay, so that's what you are going to do. Before you do that, Oyohusa, what is your plan? Where are you and Galibar going? Where would you and Galibar like to go, knowing that they are going to go up behind them?
You want to?
Galibar is also wanting to target this guy, so.
Right.
Please go.
But there's a huge area around him. I'm trying to figure out which squares do you guys want to be in when you go.
Oh, Wait, aren't we trying to banish the big guy?
I told you, like I've said this like 6 times now that he's going to the banish might not work, and Galibar really wants to get the caster off the field as soon as possible, so he's going to target the caster.
Well, Hidetsugu casts magic too.
Remember?
Yeah. Hidetsugu did not do any magic when and that was something that the general specifically told you. In the time that they adventured together, Hidetsugu did not do any magic. The only time Hidetsugu has done magic is after he was corrupted by this Oni, and now the Oni and Hidetsugu are physically separated. So they don't know. I mean, these guys, these scouts have only been here for like a day and a half. They don't know whether since this separation, whether Hidetsugu has done any magic. They haven't seen him try any magic, but you don't know whether he still has magic or not.
Okay, well, I misunderstood what the journal said then.
GM.
Yes.
Question.
Yes.
So, if I hit the cauldron with prestidigitation, like to clean it, does that?
No, not that. No, it's too big.
Okay.
It's too large of an area to be affected.
Right.
It's like I think if I recall correctly, it's a 5-foot square area, and that would be like a 5 feet of dirty tiles on the floor. That would be with when you're talking about a big cauldron filled with liquid.
Okay.
And prestidigitation would
probably do it.
Which I don't have, so.
Okay, so maybe Galibar and so you want to go after him? I should probably get on Hitsuge, and
we're going after the big guy. We're gonna try to get rid of him. And the plan was for you guys to distract the ogre until we can.
If you get Galibar, say right here, we could split up. You go over here, and he goes over here.
So who's hoofing it?
Elora.
Who's walking?
Elora is going to be running up there. Elora is a druid. Elora has range spells. Elora also could potentially. The DM won't make any decisions for her. We'll let her do what she wants. But the DM or Elora could potentially shape change and move up there, or as she's indicated before, she could send one of her flying creatures up there.
Okay.
So
Elora doesn't want.
She's got
Elora,
range.
Okay, so you don't want to get up there quickly, is what you're saying? Okay.
I'm fine riding Gruffy up there.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll take Galibar and we'll...
Like right here would be perfect.
In front of the statue.
Because we could both make it to our destination in that round.
Okay. That's what we'll do.
Okay, so you guys are going there, and then Elora, you are planning to summon your griffin?
Yeah, if I can do that now in preparation.
I think you certainly could do that at the same time those 2 dimension doors go off, because those would certainly distract anybody up there, and you're so far away relative to where those guys are that it would not. So,
what?
As the way I'm thinking of this battle, if you guys do the dimension door simultaneously, all 4 of those in the dimension door can get into position before we roll initiative, because basically that would basically be like everybody else going, huh, what the? And then it would be a matter of whether you guys get to act first or whether your enemies get to act first as to what happens after that. And then at the same time the dimension doors go off, Elora could do her, could summon Griffey, and then in her initiative turn, she could start moving.
Is Adamant going to cast anything on us right before we go in? Any kind of channel spell?
No, because banishment is a concentration spell.
Oh, yeah, sure. And you don't have anything useful as far as
No blessing or bless?
Bless concentration, I think.
Yeah, most of my spells are concentration, fortunately.
Your weapon isn't. Do you have that?
Yes, I have my weapon, but it doesn't do anything except explode.
No, spiritual weapon, the spell.
Oh yeah, I have.
And it exploded.
Weapon.
Because that's not concentration.
Yeah, but
you can use it when we get up there.
Yeah, Oyo was specifically asking about buffs for the party from the cleric, and Adamant was specifically answering about buffs.
But Enka just gave all of us inspiration, so that's nice. Okay.
Yeah. Not only did Enka do that, but Skylin has given advantage to Adamant, to Enka, to Oyo, to Galibar, and to Elora.
Well, I did the Galibar and Elora one.
Oh, okay.
Thank
okay.
you,
All right.
Tyler.
Thank you.
Give all the credit to Skylin. They're wonderful.
Okay.
It only lets you do 3 before it stops you.
All right.
Yeah.
So before we leave, Oyo walks over to to Elora, and he says, he looks her in the eyes, down at her, and
says, "I love you."
Try not to die.
Elora looks at Oyohusa and says, "Really? Too soon. Very, very much too soon."
And he walks back over and he waits for Galibar to join him by his side.
She kind of looks over at him, squishes up his nose, and sticks out her tongue at him.
Oyo grins slightly, and then he bamps.
Okay, so you guys can all move your tokens, and Elora, if you have Griffey in your journal, you can pull.
I will touch Adamant's shoulder, and off we go.
You gave me one for a Vega and Omega, but not for Griffey.
Oh, okay. So let me.
But I do have his sheet pulled up on D&D Beyond, which I can just click on there and.
Okay, so for now, I've put just a generic Griffin out there. Oh, here, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to do that. I'm going to do this. And then I am going to do that. Okay, so now whoops, let me make sure. I think, yes, okay. So the token called Griffey that is next to you, you should be able to move that token around yourself. So Ivy, the player, should be able to move it. So
yeah.
Yep, all right, cool. So right now that's not tied to a character sheet, but we'll use that for the time being. Okay, so you guys are up there, and then
what's the statue? What's the big statue idol of?
It's very weathered, and
it's hard to tell.
Zahir, or not Zahir, God bless it. Zhang was trying to tell you that he thought it might have been a statue of one of the Guardians, but it's so weathered it's hard to tell what it was.
Oh.
She just used my characters.
Yes, I accidentally did that.
No,
so
it's
let me
roll call.
Let me do that, and let me do that, and then you guys can all roll initiative, and I will roll initiative for these guys.
Let's roll well, Gally. Let's roll well.
Funny.
Jesus.
Oh, man. What?
You told him to roll well.
Why did I
Yeah.
double click? What happened? I don't know. Whatever. I got a
I
9.
read this new stuff.
I don't even know why it's doing that, but it is. It's a D&D Beyond thing.
When I use the horn, will the berserkers just go on my initiative?
Yeah, I think for your benefit, for ease, that would be just the best way of doing it.
Can I use the advantage that was given to me by the chat member for initiative?
You sure can. You
Well,
sure
then
can.
I sure as hell will.
So you take the 21 instead of the 9. That would
I'd like
be.
to be part of the inspiration. But I know I can't.
All right, so we have Hidetsugu, Hichokuchi, Elora, Enka, Adamant, Galibar, and I don't have.
I forgot to click my token. That's okay. I'll take care of it in a second.
Okay.
Now I can just edit it myself.
Yeah, you can just edit it. And what's your, is it 18 for your dex? Oh, 19. Okay, you got it.
Oh, oops. I'm sorry. I didn't know it was actually doing anything.
By the way, you might on Twitch. All they see now is Elora and Griffey.
Oh, okay.
The 2-star
All right.
members. Let's go.
Okay, so let me move up here.
Looks fine.
And then Elora and Griffey will gradually come into the frame. Okay, I think we have. Oh, okay. So, all right. And what is Griffey's dexterity?
Dexterity. 15.
Yeah. 15. Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and put us in order. Galibar, my friend. Somebody ate their Wheaties this morning and is ready for this fight. You see this big, ugly-looking demon over here by this big cauldron. It's kind of waving its hands. A flash of light goes off where the dimension door, you and Oyo step out, and there's another flash of light up by the statue, and this thing raises up and looks at you, and it goes, "Argh." What do you do?
Galibar reaches onto his hip like he's grabbing a gun, pulls out the horn, and blows it.
Okay.
12 of them appear.
Okay. So
I get 12.
Yeah, so do you want to pull
awesome. Yeah, I'll
pull one of those out, and then okay,
crap.
so
the token isn't fixed, but anyway, it doesn't matter.
All right. So let's do this. I will copy this and then paste, and you should have control over these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Wow, you weren't kidding when you talked about an army.
Yeah.
12. All right, so these guys are here, and I should probably do that little thing on them so that each time we put one out, it comes up with a new number on it. Well, now how fast can they?
They appear 60 feet from me.
Oh, okay. So yes. All right. So you can move them however you want to. Excellent.
But yeah, these ones are going to be on my act. I command them to push that cauldron over the edge.
Okay. So the 3 here will push the cauldron.
No, the 5.
Oh, all 5 of those. Okay, and then these 2 guys down here will be attacking. And then
these 5 are all going to be attacking Hidetsugu.
Oh, Adamant.
Okay.
Okay. So none of them on the bandits per se. Oh, they're captives. I got it. Yeah, I got it.
I'm not messing with those until we see what's going on with them.
Okay, so that was using the horn as an action, right?
Yep, and commanding them is not any kind of action. It's a free
right, action. And then you get a movement.
Yep, I get. I'm gonna move over to here and use my bonus action to rage, and then Then I guess they move on my turn. So do I make athletics checks for them to push over the cauldron?
Yeah.
5.
Okay. Oh, yeah. 21, 20, 19, and 22. They just heave, and you can tell that they grimace because this cauldron, even though there is not a fire underneath it, it is the metal is apparently hot. They push it, and it just tumbles, and the liquid spills out into the thing over here. So that cauldron is now laying on its side and is emptied. And this creature here is like very angry.
The great axe attacks against the Oni. 1,
okay, you're no, you can't, because you used your action to use the horn. So
against the Berserker's great axe attacks.
Okay.
There's a 14 hit.
Okay, hang on a second. Let me just double check. I need to look at that. Do they get to attack in the same round they get summoned?
Literally says nothing about it. So
let's see.
To attack when they're after they're summoned, there's pretty much nothing left for us.
they have bigger health bars than yours. They don't do a ton of damage. Yeah. They're just health pools.
Yeah, I don't see some. My instinct is that. Okay. Ivy, help me out. When you summon Griffey, or you summon the lions, do they get to attack the same round that you summon them, or did they?
No, they go on the player's turn, just like.
No, they don't. They have their own initiative. So whenever I summon them, it takes my action, and then I have to wait until their turn to be able to do it.
These guys go on my turn, though.
Yeah. That's to avoid having 12 different extra initiatives in the combat. Actually, you know what? We should give them an initiative. So I'm going to give one of them an initiative, and we're going to put them in order when they come in, because so let me go to
I can click on the token and
they're supposed to have their own initiative.
Yeah.
18.12.
18.12, so 18.12, and then
so I guess on their turn they will push over the cauldron.
Yeah, on their turn they will push over the cauldron. All right. So, Galibar has summoned them, placed them, and now he is moved into position. Rage. Yep. Enraged. Okay. So now it's Oyohusa's turn.
Oyohusa goes over to Hidetsugu and he slowly slides out Tatsumatsu and he grips it with both hands and he gets into a good balanced fighting stance.
Mm-hmm.
And he says, "It's just me and you, big boy."
And the 5 warriors around him.
And the ogre sort of grins at you and growls, and he's got this most foul breath. Ugh. Ah.
He
Ugh.
really needs that tea then. Ugh.
Yeah, it sounds. It smells horrible. But he picks up this big great maul, or not a great maul, a big morning star, and he's just like at you. So, are you going to attack him?
I am going to attack him. Yes.
Okay.
Do. 2 minutes later. Okay, here we go.
Oh, yeah, a 27. That hits. Okay.
8 psychic. Does that seem to damage him?
8 psychic. Does that seem to? Oh, yes, that seems to damage him, and he seems to take all of it. So, total of 20 damage.
I will attack again.
18 will hit for 26 damage.
And then I will unarmed strike, kick him in the balls.
A 13 will miss.
And I kick again real fast, make it look like I didn't miss.
Okay.
As a bonus attack. It's basically, I meant to click
flurry of blows.
Right.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. So 22, that will hit for 5 points of damage. Anything else? Okay. All right. Then it's Oni Hitokuchi. Oni Hitokuchi. Galibar. You and your warriors. Let me see. How many of them are in range? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them are within range, and yourself. You all need to make a wisdom save against his fear aura.
I'm gonna roll with that with advantage because of the check that I get.
Okay.
Actually, no, I'm gonna use the inspiration, the bardic inspiration. What do I roll, a D8?
Heather, is it a D8 at this level for bardic inspiration? I think that's right.
I believe so.
It is indeed.
Yes.
Yes.
So go ahead. Oh, easily. You easily beat the 14. Okay, so now, do you want to roll for the berserkers?
Yeah, they don't have a bonus, so I'll just roll 7d20.
Yeah, okay. So we're going to go, we have a pass here. We have a pass here. We have a pass here. This guy here is, now it's fear, or it's frightened, so they don't have to run away, but
you have disadvantage on attacks against him when they're
right. Whoops, I'm sorry. No, dadgummit.
Oh shit, do I need?
Dagnabbit.
It's just right around him, right? I don't.
Yeah, I need to zoom in because it's
20
not
feet,
letting me.
so you're good.
Okay.
Does that mean his
Damn it. Let me move this out of the way. I'm going to do this. Then I'm going to put him back. Then I'm going to grab this guy, put that, and then grab this guy and put that. Okay. So, and I know why I did it is because when he got active, he was selected and he came in front of those other tokens. So that's why that happens. That's weird. All right. So that's just an aura. Then he has 2 attacks he's first going to do a bonus action. And what he's going to do, he's going to look at you, Galibar, and he is going to say something that you don't understand what he's saying, but it sounds truly, truly horrifying. And he looks at you and he's like, something like that. And when he does, all of you see an effect happen. This guy over here next to you, Adamant, this guy screams. And as soon as he screams, he immediately slumps over and falls down dead. And you see some kind of something flies out of his body and flies and slams into Galibar. And Galibar, I will need you to make a saving throw against Oni possession.
Oh no!
Please don't fail.
A saving throw. I'll use my advantage. Really? Wow. Okay.
It was
Okay. So now, he speaks a word of power that tears the soul from a ritually prepared sacrifice victim and hurls it at a creature that the Oni can see within 60 feet. He failed a DC 14 Wisdom save, and it is subject to the precise control feature, just like Dominate Person. So what that means is that until the end of your next turn, Galibar, you only take actions that Onihiko-kuchi chooses for you, and you cannot do anything that the Oni does not allow you to do. And during that time, Onihito-kuchi can cause you to use a reaction, but that also consumes Onihito-kuchi's own reaction. So if he uses a reaction before your turn comes around, he cannot force you to take a reaction.
The end of my next turn?
Yeah, the end of your next turn. Yeah, so so basically you're at the top of the next round, you're doing what he wants you to do. And that is a bonus action for him. So then he will choose to try to bite one of these creatures and hit another one of these creatures with a mace. So he's going to bite at this guy. That's an AC 17.
AC is 13, so yes, that hits.
Yeah, so deal 13 points of damage. And then he will do the mace at this guy. It's a 17, and it's he deals 15 bludgeoning and 5 poison damage.
That's a nat 1 to not hit them.
Okay, so then this is whoops. This is minus 20. Okay. And then
Did he have advantage to hit him?
No. There's
then he only hit a 17, so he did 15, not 20.
Oh, and you know what? Oh, okay. So yes, you're right. So plus 5, and now he needs to do a Constitution saving throw if he didn't do it already to avoid the poison damage.
7.
Failed that, so slash R 3d6 14. Minus
So what
14.
happened to Galibar?
Galibar is now, while the rest of the PCs don't know it, don't know what happened. He got hit by some kind of black thing that flew out of this guy's corpse and hit Galibar. And Galibar is there ready to make his next attack. And that flew into him, and he kind of, but you don't know what that is. You just see him there. And then, instead of attacking him, this big guy attacked 2 of the other people around him. Okay. So, that is his turn. Enka, you are now up.
All right. So, let's see here. I am going to cast blindness deafness on him, or try to.
Ooh. Well, what? Okay, so he has to make a. I know the DC is 16, but what kind of saving throw is it?
Constitution saving throw.
Constitution DC 16. Well, let's see if he can do this. Oh, yeah, okay. He does. And then he shakes that off. Do you want to move, or do you have a bonus action or anything?
Take a peek here real quick. The only bonus actions that I pretty much have left are with my horns. So since I'm not moving yet or fighting,
okay.
I am actually going to. I'm 35 feet. Okay. I am going to stay right where I'm at and end my turn because I can't cast any other spells. Oops, sorry.
Okay. All right. So, berserkers get to go.
So I guess they push the cauldron off the thing.
Okay. I'm just going to get rid of the extra berserker from the initiative order. So, all right. We'll just use the same rolls from before, and they succeed in pushing the cauldron over. So that's those 5. Now, you have several other berserkers left. These 2 are still able to attack with disadvantage, and then the other ones that are on Hidetsugu can attack, or they don't have to attack. Well, you've given them their orders, so I guess they're going to follow your orders.
23.
Okay.
And
okay, so now tell these two are these the two on this guy?
Yeah.
Okay. An 11 will miss. A 23 will hit.
Okay. 12 slashing damage. I didn't click on the one that crit just in case, so it's 12 slashing.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
And now for the ones on Hidetsugu.
Yes.
So I'll do just to be sure, I'll do that first. And then I will how many are there? 5. So that's the first attack. Second, third, fourth, fifth.
Oh, wow. 1, 2, 3 hits, including a crit, and 2 of the hits were exactly what they need because his AC is a 16.
Okay, so 3 hits.
3 hits, 1 of which is a crit.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah, so 6 and 13 is 19. 19 and 22 is 41, right? Am I right? Yep, okay. Okay, and with those attacks, Hidetsugu is bloodied. All right, well, that is it for the Berserkers. And then it is Hidetsugu's turn. And Hidetsugu seems positively maddened. And Oyohusa, you are standing right up in this creature's face. And there is nothing in the way he looks that would indicate that this guy has any shred of his sanity left. He just looks completely consumed by anger and overwhelming rage. And he kind of tries to dodge these attacks, but he can't. And then he looks at you, and he seems to think that somehow you must be somehow in control of these others. And so he's maddened. So this guy is 1. This guy is 6. And it's just counterclockwise we're going around. So if it's a 3, it will attack Oyohusa. He gets 2 attacks. So the first attack is going to go against the guy on your... Yep, the guy there. The second attack is going to go on the guy at the top. So the guy next to you gets attacked by a greatsword. AC 15 for 30 slashing damage. Doesn't quite bloody him. And then the guy next to you, AC 18 for 27 slashing damage.
This guy hits hard.
Yes, he does. But as you can tell... Yeah, but as you can tell, Oyohusa took him a good way, a good bit of the way down, and then he was rather easily chopped at by several of your heroes. So your dead heroes. So he's not. He looks mean and he hits hard, but he's not. He's definitely not the big bag of hit points that dragon was. All right, Adamant.
Okay, standing where he's at is 35 feet away from him.
Mm-hmm.
So he's going to look in that creature's direction. And he's going to say, in the name of Moradin, be gone.
And he has to do a
C16.
charisma. DC 16 charisma save, right?
Yep.
Okay. Oh, he makes it.
Son of biscuit.
For something so freaking nasty looking, he has a high charisma.
Charisma is always like part of leadership as well as looks.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
1, 2.
He's an evil, corrupting bastard.
Yep, exactly.
And we're going to move over here. And I'm done.
Okay. And Elora.
Okay.
Actually, yeah, you can take an action, but you can't move until Griffey moves. So.
Yeah, I was gonna say, can I hold my action to cast a spell, and then for Griffey's turn, can he move 80 feet up? So basically taking it on the same turn, but kind of not.
Actually, I think Griffey could take a double move. So what's the Griffin's normal flying speed? Is that 80 feet or is it 40 feet? So he could actually move up to 160 feet.
Uh-huh.
And then you could do your spell at the end of his double move. Because he's not trying to move up and attack. He's just moving.
Yeah, right now, yes.
Yeah. So yeah, move him up as far as you would like him to go, and then you can come up with him. Okay.
Boop. Okay.
Yeah.
And zoom back in because it's way too tiny.
Okay.
And Elora's spell that she's going to be choosing to do is she wants to do Moonbeam at 4th level.
And where would you like to place said Moonbeam?
Right now, she would like to place the Moonbeam between these two cunning bandits.
Okay. All right. And it's a 5-foot diameter, right? Or is it a 5-foot area?
Moonbeam, 5-foot radius. So 10-foot diameter.
Okay, 10-foot diameter. That's what I was trying to say. Thank you.
Yeah.
10-foot diameter. Okay, so I'm going to do this. So you give us a nice little circle. And then I'm going to... Oh, come on. Oh, dang it. Are you telling me I need to zoom in to grab that? Apparently I do. And then I'm going to put that there. So we can see those guys, but that is on them. All right. And then what are they required to do?
They are to make a Constitution save of 15.
Okay. So, con save of 15. 1 failure. 2 failures.
Take 13 points of damage, which is a really horrendous rolls, but it's something.
Okay. They take that damage. They both seem to shudder a little bit, but otherwise they don't seem to react.
But it did seem like it did do damage, though.
Oh yeah, it did damage to them, but they didn't cry out. They didn't look in your direction. They just kind of shudder as the damage hits them.
Okay. And that will be Elora and Griffey's turn.
Okay. All right. Galibar, what's your movement these days?
40.
40. Galibar, buddy, there's just this annoying cleric that just tried to send me someplace I don't want to go. Why don't you go over there and show him how much damage that axe can do?
Oh dear.
Adamant, what's your AC?
My AC is 20.
I'm sorry, is it still 25 or is it 20?
Yes,
is it
25?
Okay, so that second one is a hit.
12 slashing damage.
12 slashing damage.
Jesus.
All right. And at the end of your turn, Galibar, you kind of shake it off and you look and you see this gash in adamant from your axe, and Willow Roar is like, "What the hell are you doing?"
He made me do it.
Did Galibar mention that to the berserkers kill Hidetsugu?
He said attack.
Because we're trying to keep him alive?
Well, it's a free action. I could just tell them, hey, don't kill, just subdue.
But you can't now.
So yeah, he's got himself back.
Yeah. It's the end of your turn when you're. So he didn't tell you that you were allowed to tell them. So at the end of your turn, you just realize what you've done, and now it's the end of your turn.
Oh.
So, Oyo.
Like we can't heal the guy.
Does hold on? Was Galibar through?
Technically, he's being commanded until the end of his turn. So he's through whenever the Oni decides he's through.
Got it. Okay, I will try to finish this guy off with non-lethal damage. Somehow.
Okay, so you're gonna try to do subdual damage. That's fine. You can do that.
All right. And a swing.
An 11 is going to miss.
I can use Bardic Inspiration, right?
Yes.
You have Bardic Inspiration. Yes, you can.
Okay.
17.
11 and 6 is 17. Okay. And Heather, once they use that, it's consumed, right?
Right.
Okay. All right. So that'll hit. So go ahead and roll damage. Oh, you did roll damage. Yeah. 12 and 7 is 19. Well, he's still up, but he looks very wobbly.
I will swing again. And this time I just jump up and jam the hilt of the sword into his jawline or something.
Okay. And that indeed is going to knock him out. And then I am going to avoid that because of the thing we have on there. It automatically puts that X on there. So I'm just going to put a couple of things on there to remind us that he's basically out of commission. But he's not bleeding out.
All right.
Oh, and Oyo, when you do that, when you make those attacks, you get this telepathic message that says, "Soft should kill your enemy."
Sorts with all kinds of shade, doesn't it?
What the hell? Where did that come from? Is what he's thinking. Okay, so this guy kind of like somehow he's like coming back. He's like he drops, but then he's like. Ugh.
No. The
Oh, I thought he was an ogre or something.
The telepathic message is coming from your sword.
No, I'm talking about Hidetsugu.
No.
He's down? Okay.
He's down. Usually when there's the big red X, everybody thinks he's dead.
He's dead, and right? Okay.
I just wanted to.
Sorry. Okay, bonus action. It's a cloudy day, right? You said that earlier, and we're in a swamp, so.
Yeah, there are trees around, and those trees are casting shadows.
Is there anything that's casting shadow within 60 feet of me?
We can say that, yeah, with this big statue over here, the statue.
So, like right here? Or
yeah,
just...
yeah. Either this square or this square has shadow in it, so you can be in either of those squares.
Okay, I would like to use. Sorry, guys. There's so many things. I just want to click on it so people can follow along on the stream. I'm going to use Shadow Step.
Okay.
I don't know why that says. Yeah, it's a bone. Well, that won't do me any good. Because then I can't attack as a bonus. I'm just going to move, so cancel that. Sorry, guys. I'm just going to move.
Okay.
50 feet, and then that's pretty much my turn. I'll just get off my turn here.
Okay. All right. Ani Hitokuchi, he looks and he points at this guy up here, and he goes, and a black streak comes out of that guy as he falls dead. And it slams into Galibar. And Galibar, he is trying to possess you again.
Yeah.
Not this time.
Not this time. But yes, Adamant, you can see that this guy does indeed use a form of blood magic, and it's a very costly form. But he's got enough power for a few more of these, apparently.
Oh, it's unfortunate.
Yeah. Unless there's some way of keeping him from saying that. So he then obviously appears to realize that his plan has been foiled, and so he's then just going to look and tell that this guy over next to him here is the most badly damaged, and he's going to focus fire with his attacks on that. So he will try to bite. 26 for 14, which will then bloody this guy. And then he will attack him with his mace for 17, which won't outright kill him, but your one guy is very, very hurt. And that is his turn. Enka.
Okay, so question.
Yes.
So this platform, how high up out of the water is it?
Oh, it's like It's like a foot or maybe 18 inches at the most.
Okay. So let's see here. Oh, shoot. Okay. Well, I will try one more time to cast blindness and deafness on him.
Okay.
So go ahead and roll a Constitution saving throw. Looking for a DC of 16.
Con saving throw DC 16 or better. Ooh.
Crap.
Yeah,
Okay.
he makes it.
And then at that point in time, I am going to jump down in the water.
Okay.
And I'm going to... So that was 5, 10, 15. 20.
Okay. This you asked how high the platform was. You didn't ask how deep the water is.
How deep is the water?
The water's about 6 or 8 feet deep, so it's swimming depth. So your movement through it will be at swimming speed, which is, unless you have a swim speed, it's half of your normal movement.
Okay, so then basically I'm going to do my best to 5, 10, 15, 20, 20, 30, as far as I can go.
Okay. All right.
This round. So
okay.
I'm trying to almost hug the edge of the lip there to stay as far away as I can from him.
Okay. All right. And Chris, for your benefit, we'll go ahead and we'll wrap up at the end of this round, because I know you generally have to eat dinner when we finish. So that was Enka's turn. Now, anything else, Enka? No bonus actions or anything?
No, nothing I can use.
Okay. All right. So the Berserkers, they will get to go. Oh, actually, and at the end of this, actually, before they go, I think they're supposed to get aren't they supposed to get a save against that fear effect at the end of every one of their rounds? How does that work? Let me go back up and see. Fear aura. Oh no, it's just if they start their turn within 20 feet, they have to make a wisdom save every time they start their turn within 20 feet. Okay, so the guys that are already feared, I'm not going to make them make another save. But the guys that aren't feared, they need to make DC 14. They need to make DC 14 con saves. And I just put that down at the bottom so we can see.
Wisdom saves?
Wisdom saves. I'm sorry. Wisdom saves.
How many?
This guy here. This guy here. This guy here. This guy here. And this guy here. They're the only ones that are... Oh, so they all fail. So now, if they attack him, they will have disadvantage on their attack rolls.
Guys are dashing.
Okay. Yeah, and this is just a tile floor area. It's not raised, so they just go right across it like that. That's
so
no
1,
problem.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 attacks with disadvantage.
Yeah.
Ow.
Okay, so 9 will miss, 7 will miss, 7 will miss, 9 will miss, 8 will miss, 7 will miss, 9 will miss. 7 swings, 7 misses. And then these guys running over here. All right. Hidetsugu is unconscious. Adamant.
Adamant's going to look over at Hidetsugu, see that he's down. Look at Galibar. Well, seems Hidetsugu is down, so that's going to change things a little bit. And puts a hand on Galibar's shoulder.
Okay, protection from evil and good. So you are protected. Oh, yes, this guy's a fiend.
If the target...
I can't be charmed, frightened, or possessed by them.
Yes, yes. So you have the the Holy Spirit of Moradin's love surrounding you and protecting you from evil.
That's the kind of thing I was talking about before we started this fight. Adamant, was there anything he wanted to do?
Well, yeah, but he couldn't try the banishment and keep the
Yeah.
Oh, that's a concentration. Damn,
yeah.
I'm sorry. I thought that was just one of those.
Nope, it's a concentration.
Such a good spell.
It is.
It is.
And then he's going to look at Galibar. Galibar, kill. Points.
Gallibard kill.
That's perfect.
Okay.
Sick 'em, boy. Sick 'em.
Eddie and Adamant point in time. I don't know.
Do you have a bonus action, or do you want to move?
He'll stay where he's at for the...
Okay.
No bonus action.
Okay. Then Elora. You are up.
So first my moonbeam goes off.
You're going to end it, or you're going to deal?
No, it goes off. Like, does damage.
Okay, so they will make a DC 15 con save. 2 of those. Ooh. Oh. Yikes. All right.
Still only 13
I
damage.
done that when I was casting blindness on you.
Oh well, that's not the big guy. That's the.
Okay.
And again, they just sort of quiver from the damage they're taking, but otherwise they don't react. They don't cry out or anything.
I'm gonna grab my wand as a magic missile, and I'm gonna shoot Big Bag Demon Boy with 6 charges of it.
Oh, so how many missiles
9.
in total?
That is
9. So, then roll 9d4 plus 9.
That should be correct because I cast it at 6th level, but
Okay, yeah. Okay, so total of 17 and 5 is 23, right? So
I'm sorry.
boom, 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 boom. And he is still up. On Griffey's turn. Is Griffey going to do anything?
Griffey is going to run up to Oyohusa first. He's going to give Oyohusa a big, huge look across the face. Make his hair stand up. And then he's going to go fly over to the bandits, and he's going to attack them.
Push them
Okay.
off into the water. Hello? Hello?
I know, I'm sorry.
Hello?
Hello? Hello?
God. Elora and her talking cat.
No, that's just Griffey in the background.
Yeah.
She's a witch.
It goes up to Oyohusa. Hello.
Jiffy.
Hello. then it goes over. Okay, so is it going to attack then?
Yeah, he's going to use his multi-attack, which is one with his claws at the one closest to me. It's the bottom one.
Okay.
So beak, claws.
Beak will
miss, probably.
Miss, and the claws will hit for 11 points of damage.
Yep.
All right. Still not bloodied.
And I'm going to make Griffey take a step back.
Okay.
Would they try and attack Griffey at all, or?
You're still in a. Okay, this one guy will. No. They don't react.
Okay.
They just take the damage. They don't react.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
All right.
And that will be Griffey's turn.
Okay. All right, everybody. We ran a little bit over. And in deference to time, we'll go ahead and call it there. We will pick up with this next week. But, hey, you guys did a great job planning for this tactically. You burned down one enemy real quickly, and now you have Adamant, you've done one thing to help your barbarian, and we'll see if this Oni can figure out what's happened to his favorite play toy in the next session. All right, viewers, thank you guys so much for hanging out today. Hope you have appreciated this session. We will finish up this battle next week, and we will find out whether or not it's possible to do anything to save Hidetsugu or not. And we'll see how much damage this Oni can do before they manage to dispatch him. Because I think it feels like that's the direction the battle is going. But we'll find out next week.
In the meantime, don't forget to say hi to Gypsy.
Yes, everybody say hello to Gypsy, our feline player in the background today. Hello. Join me tomorrow night on Monster Monday, 8 p.m. Eastern Time. I am going to be going through how I created the monster that they most recently fought, which was Ryusei, the Falling Star. That'll give people an idea of maybe how they can transport a monster from another game like Magic the Gathering to D&D, but keep in mind that this is for a heavily homebrewed campaign. So the way I created Ryusei may not work for every homebrew game. Then next Thursday night, we will be back for Sword Coast Chronicles. We had 2 players that wound up with technical difficulties, so we did not have a session this last Thursday. So don't look for the archives. There is no archive. But we'll be back at it. And then Saturday night, we will continue with character creation. And I think we will start with the one-on-one stories of how the characters get from where each one of them individually start to the little village of Hamlet, where our adventure on Saturday nights will begin. And then we will be we'll be back here next Sunday. All right, everyone. thank you so much. I'm going to go over to this, and I am going to go to the Twitch stream and try to see if there's anybody from the small streamer community that is online now, and we will go raid them.
I will see you guys later. Bye.
All right. Take care. Oh, bless you.
Thank you. Dad.
Okay. We've got some art. We got some.
I've got to get myself. I will talk to you guys later. That was fun.
Yep,
Okay.
Same.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and raid Attack Rack, who is doing some art. So it's a nice change of pace. So raid. All right. So everybody. Oh, whoops. Oh, okay. There we go. And all right, everyone. Take care. And we will talk to you all later. Good night.
Bye-bye.